Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. He said it was late October of 1951 in Korea. The cold wasn't the crisp kind you get back home. It was a wet, biting cold that got deep into your bones and stayed there. He was part of a small reconnaissance team, just 5 of them, sent way behind enemy lines to scout positions. Things had gotten hot, they'd been spotted, and they were making a desperate push back to friendly territory. A mountain storm rolled in out of nowhere, the kind that feels personal, like the sky is trying to specifically kill you. The wind was howling, tearing at their clothes, and the rain wasn't falling. It was being thrown at them in horizontal sheets, stinging any exposed skin. Visibility dropped to just a few feet. It was pure, chaotic darkness, the kind where you can't tell if your eyes are open or shut. They were on a steep, rocky slope, slipping and sliding in the mud. My dad said he remembered the taste of it, the gritty mud and rain in his mouth. His feet were numb blocks inside his boots. They were completely lost. The compass was useless, the terrain didn't match their soggy map, and every shadow in the lightning flashes looked like an enemy soldier. The sergeant, a guy named Miller, finally called a halt. They were going to freeze to death or fall off a cliff if they kept going. They had to find shelter. They stumbled around, half blind, for what felt like an hour. My dad said it was the most exhausted he'd ever been in his life, a deep, soul-crushing tiredness. Just as he was sure his legs were going to give out, a crack of lightning lit up the mountainside for a split second, and he saw it. Not 20 yards away, a dark opening in the rock face, a cave. He yelled to the others, his voice ripped away by the wind, and pointed. They all saw it. It was a scramble to get there, grabbing onto roots and jagged rocks to keep from sliding back down. The cave entrance was narrow, just a slit in the mountain. But once they squeezed through, it opened up into a space big enough for all of them to sit down, out of the wind and the punishing rain. The relief was immediate and physical. It was like stepping out of a freezing river. The sound of the storm was muffled to a low, constant roar. The air inside was still and cold, but it was a dry cold, and after being in that storm, it felt almost warm. They didn't dare light a fire. They just huddled in the dark, shivering, listening to the storm rage outside. My dad was wedged into a corner, his back against the rough, cold stone. He could hear the ragged breathing of the other guys, the chattering of teeth. He was soaked to the skin, his uniform clinging to him heavy and cold. He was so tired. His eyes felt like they were full of sand. He remembers thinking he'd just close them for a minute, just to rest them. The last thing he heard was the sergeant muttering something about taking turns on watch, but the words just melted into the sound of the storm. And then he was gone. He fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. He didn't know how long he was out. It could have been 10 minutes or 3 hours, but he was jerked awake by a hand on his shoulder, shaking him, not rough, but insistent. He blinked open his eyes, disoriented in the absolute blackness of the cave. He could just make out a shape crouched in front of him. It was Buddy. Buddy was another guy in his unit, a kid from Alabama my dad had gotten close to. They were the same age, both scared kids pretending to be men. Seeing him there, my dad's first feeling was a dull thud of guilt. He'd fallen asleep on watch. Buddy must have taken over for him. "Don," Buddy whispered. His voice was hoarse, strained. "Don, wake up." My dad sat up, his muscles screaming in protest. "Buddy, what is it? What's wrong?" He lay in the near total dark. He could see that Buddy was soaked. Water was dripping from his helmet. His hair was plastered to his forehead. He was pale, too. Not just pale from the cold, but a sickly, waxy pale. like he'd seen a ghost. My dad remembers thinking that was odd, because they were all safe in the cave now, out of the rain. "They're coming," Buddy said, his voice low and urgent. "They've flanked us. The pass is crawling with them. You can't go back the way we came." A cold knot tightened in my dad's stomach. He looked over at the other guys, who were still just dark, sleeping lumps. "We need to wake the others." "No time," Buddy said, his grip tightening on my dad's arm. His hand was freezing cold like ice. "Listen to me. There's another way." Buddy let go of his arm and with a finger started drawing in the thin layer of dirt and grit on the cave floor. My dad leaned in close, squinting. It was a map, a rough, simple thing. Buddy drew a line for the ridge they were on, a squiggle for the main pass they'd been heading for, and then, off to the side, a new line cutting through a steep ravine my dad had never seen before. "This ravine," Buddy said, his finger tracing the line. "It's tight and the footing is bad, but it's hidden. It'll bring you out behind their position, right on the other side of the river. You'll see the lights of the camp from there. You have to go now, Don, before first light." My dad stared at the map in the dirt. It made a weird kind of sense. It was a detour, but if the main pass was compromised, it was their only shot. He looked up at Buddy, wanting to ask a dozen questions. How did he know? When did he scout this? But the look on Buddy's face stopped him. It was a look of pure, desperate intensity. There was no time for questions. Buddy clapped him on the shoulder. The gesture was familiar. Something he'd done 100 times before, but this time it felt different. It was a solid, heavy thump, but the hand felt weightless, like there was no warmth or life behind it. It was just a shape. "Go," Buddy said. "Get them home." And then he stood up, turned, and walked back towards the cave entrance. My dad watched him go. He didn't squeeze through the narrow slit. He just stepped out into the storm and was gone. The darkness swallowed him whole. For a second, my dad just sat there, the cold from Buddy's hand still lingering on his shoulder like a burn. Then the sergeant's training kicked in. He crawled over and shook Miller awake, then the other guys. He told them in a rushed whisper what Buddy had said. He didn't mention the map in the dirt, not yet. He just said Buddy had spotted enemy movement and found an alternate route. They were all awake in seconds, the fear cutting through their exhaustion. They gathered their gear, their movements quiet and efficient. My dad led them out of the cave, back into the teeth of the storm. The rain was still coming down hard, but the wind had died down a little. As they moved away from the cave, my dad glanced back at the spot where Buddy had disappeared. There was nothing there but the raging night. He guided them, using the mental image of Buddy's dirt map. It was slow, treacherous going. The ravine was exactly as Buddy had described, narrow, with a treacherous, rocky floor that was slick with mud and running water. They had to move in single file, clinging to the wet rock walls. More than once, one of them slipped and would have fallen, if not for the guy behind him. My dad's heart was hammering in his chest the whole time. He was waiting for the sound of a gunshot, for a voice to yell out in a language he didn't understand, but all he heard was the storm and their own labored breathing. It felt like they were in that ravine for an eternity, but eventually the walls began to slope down. The terrain started to look familiar. They pushed through a thicket of scrub pines, and suddenly they were looking down into a shallow valley. And there, on the other side of a rushing, swollen river, were the lights of their camp, faint but unmistakable. A collective, shuddering sigh of relief went through the group. They'd made it. They found a spot to cross the river, a shallow ford they remembered from days before, and stumbled into the camp just as the sky was beginning to lighten to a dull, miserable grey. They were greeted with shouts and backslaps. They'd been given up for dead. After they'd been checked out by the medic, given dry clothes and hot coffee, my dad finally felt like he could breathe again. The warmth of the coffee mug in his hands felt like a miracle. He looked around the tent, at the familiar tired faces, and his eyes searched for one in particular. "Hey, Sarge," he said to Miller. "Where's Buddy? He gets sent to debriefing already." The tent went quiet. The easy, relieved chatter stopped. Miller looked at him, his expression unreadable. The other guys from his team looked at each other, then at my dad. "Baker," Miller said, his voice low and careful. "What are you talking about?" "Buddy," my dad repeated, a confused smile on his face. "He's the one who got us out of there. He found that ravine." Miller just stared at him. The silence in the tent became heavy, oppressive. "Don," one of the other guys from the team, a guy named Carter, spoke up. His voice was hesitant. "Buddy wasn't with us." A coldness started to spread through my dad's chest, a different kind of cold than the mountain storm. "What? Of course he was. He was in the cave. He woke me up. He drew the map." "Baker," Miller said, his voice firm now, leaving no room for argument. "Private First Class Buddy Walsh was killed in action 4 days ago. An ambush near North Pass. We got the confirmation the morning we left on this mission. He's gone." My dad said the world just tilted. The sounds of the tent, the murmur of voices, the clatter of gear, all faded into a distant hum. He could feel the blood draining from his face. He looked from Miller to Carter, to the other guys. Their faces were a mixture of pity and confusion. They thought the stress had gotten to him. They thought he was cracked. "No," he whispered. "No, that's not right. He was there. He was soaked. He was pale. He clapped me on the shoulder. He could still feel the phantom pressure of that hand, the icy cold of it. He insisted. He made them get a map. He described the ravine, the exact route they had taken. A lieutenant was called over. My dad traced the path with a trembling finger. The lieutenant frowned, studying the map, then shook his head. "There's no ravine there, son," the lieutenant said. "According to our topographical surveys, that whole area is a solid rock face. Impassable. There's no record of any passage through there." That was the moment. That was the terror moment my dad told me about, sitting in our backyard 40 years later. It wasn't a jump scare. It was a slow, sinking, horrifying realization that dropped into the pit of his stomach and stayed there. The cave, the storm, the map drawn in the dirt, the pale, soaked face of his friend, the cold hand on his shoulder, the way he just walked out into the storm and vanished. It hadn't been Buddy. It couldn't have been. Buddy had been dead for 4 days. His friend, his buddy, had come back. He had come back through a mountain storm from wherever he was to draw a map in the dirt of a cave and show him a path that, according to every map that existed, wasn't there. A path that saved his life and the lives of the 4 other men with him. My dad never tried to explain it after that day. Not to his sergeant, not to the Army psych officer who talked to him, not to my mom. When people asked, he'd just say it was a miracle and change the subject. But he never wavered, not for a single second of his life. He knew what he saw, he knew what he felt, he knew that hand on his shoulder. He looked at me finally, there in the backyard, his eyes old and clear. "He saved my life, son," he said, his voice quiet but absolutely certain. "Whatever he was, wherever he came from that night, he saved my life." And then he just stopped talking. He looked back down at his hands, and he never said another word about it ever again. Story 2. I never liked that place from the first day we started rehearsals there. It wasn't a choice, really. Our usual community theatre space got flooded when a pipe burst during a spring storm, and the only place the city would let us use for free was the old state hospital on the edge of town, the one everyone called the asylum, even though it hadn't been one for 30 years. It was late July, the kind of thick, humid heat that makes your shirt stick to your back within minutes of being outside. We were doing a production of some obscure play I can't even remember the name of now. Something about family drama. What I do remember is how the air in those rehearsal rooms always felt heavy, like it had absorbed all the sadness from the people who'd been there before us. The main building where we rehearsed was mostly okay, just dusty with peeling paint and floors that creaked in ways that didn't seem to match your footsteps, but the rest of the complex, that's where the real weight of the place settled in your bones. Abandoned wards with beds still bolted to the floors, medical equipment left to rust, and those long tiled hallways that seemed to go on forever. That particular day, a Thursday, we'd finished rehearsal around 6 in the evening. Most of the cast headed home, but 3 of us stayed behind, me, Chris and Sarah. We were the set designers, and we wanted to scout for props. The director had mentioned wanting authentic period medical items to use as set dressing, and we figured the older wings might have something we could borrow. The light was starting to change, that golden hour when everything looks softer, but in that place, it just made the shadows longer and more threatening. We'd brought flashlights, but we didn't need them yet as we stepped out of the main building and crossed the overgrown courtyard toward what used to be the chronic patients' ward. Chris was the brave one, always joking, pushing open doors that looked like they hadn't moved in decades. Sarah was more cautious, hanging back, her arms crossed tight over her chest. I was somewhere in the middle, curious but with this constant prickle at the back of my neck that told me we shouldn't be there. We found a basement entrance around the side of the chronic ward, a heavy metal door that was slightly ajar, rust having eaten away at the latch. The smell that hit us was something I'll never forget. Damp earth, mildew, and something else underneath. Something sour and medicinal that had seeped into the very concrete over the years. Chris went first, of course, shining his flashlight down into the darkness. "Stairs are concrete," he called back, his voice echoing in a way that made my skin crawl, seem solid. The steps were narrow and steep, descending into what felt like another world. The air grew cooler the deeper we went, but it wasn't a refreshing coolness. It was the chill of a place that never saw sunlight. When we reached the bottom, our flashlight beams cut through a darkness so complete it felt solid. We were in a tunnel, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, with a low ceiling of exposed pipes and wiring. The walls were painted that institutional green you only see in old hospitals and schools, now peeling and stained with watermarks. Sarah's flashlight trembled slightly. "I don't like this," she whispered, and her whisper seemed to travel down the tunnel in both directions. "We'll just look quickly," Chris said, but even his voice had lost some of its confidence. We started walking, our footsteps making wet, sticky sounds on the tile floor. The tunnel branched off in several directions, and we took the left fork. Following it as it curved gently, every 20 feet or so, there were heavy metal doors with small, wire-reinforced windows set at eye level. Most were locked, but when we shone our lights through the windows, we saw storage rooms filled with decaying boxes, old furniture, and in one case, what looked like medical records scattered across the floor. The sadness I mentioned earlier, it was everywhere down there. It wasn't just in my head. It was in the water stains on the walls that looked like tear tracks. It was in the way some of the doors had deep scratches around the handles. It was in the occasional personal item we'd spot, a broken comb, a single shoe, a faded photograph of someone smiling, left behind like ghosts of the people who'd passed through here. We'd been exploring for maybe 20 minutes when we came to a section where the tunnel widened into what might have been a common area or waiting room. There were moldy couches pushed against the walls and a reception desk with a thick layer of dust on top. This is where Sarah stopped and refused to go further. "I'm going back," she said, her voice tight. "This is too much." Chris tried to convince her to stay, but I understood. My own heart was beating too fast, and the hair on my arms was standing up. There was a feeling of being watched that had been growing steadily since we'd entered the tunnels. "Let's all go back," I said, but Chris was already shaking his head. "Just a little further," he said, pointing his flashlight down the continuing tunnel. "I want to see where this leads. You two wait here. I'll be 5 minutes." He didn't wait for an answer, just started walking, his flashlight beam bouncing ahead of him until he turned a corner and disappeared. The darkness seemed to rush in to fill the space he'd left behind. Sarah and I stood there in silence for what felt like a long time. The only sounds were our breathing and the occasional drip of water from somewhere in the pipes above us. I kept shining my flashlight down the tunnel where Chris had gone, expecting to see his light reappear at any moment. After what was probably only 3 or 4 minutes, but felt much longer, Sarah spoke in a hushed voice. "Do you hear that?" I held my breath, listening. At first, nothing. Then a faint, rhythmic sound, like someone dragging something heavy across a rough surface. It was coming from the direction Chris had gone. "Chris!" I called out, my voice sounding small and swallowed by the tunnel. No answer. The dragging sound stopped. "We need to go find him," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. Sarah shook her head, her eyes wide. "I can't. I'm going back to the main building. I'll wait for you there." Before I could argue, she turned and hurried back the way we'd come, her flashlight beam growing smaller until it vanished around a curve. And then I was alone. I stood there for another minute, torn between going after Chris and following Sarah. The sensible thing would have been to leave, but I couldn't just abandon Chris down here. Taking a deep breath of the stale, damp air, I started walking in the direction he'd gone. The tunnel curved again, then began to slope downward. The walls changed from painted concrete to bare stone, and the temperature dropped another few degrees. I could see my breath now, little puffs of white in the beam of my flashlight. The dragging sound had stopped completely, replaced by a silence so profound it seemed to press against my eardrums. I called Chris's name again, and this time my voice echoed back at me from multiple directions, as if the tunnel had branched, but I couldn't see where. That's when I saw the first basement window. It was set high up on the wall, at ground level outside, but down here it was near the ceiling of the tunnel, just a small, grime-caked rectangle of glass, barely visible in the darkness. I wouldn't have noticed it at all, except that something about it caught my eye, a faint, steady glow. I stopped walking, my flashlight beam fixed on the window. At first I thought it might be moonlight, but that didn't make sense. We were deep underground here, and it was nearly full dark outside by now. This was different. This was a soft, yellowish light, the kind from an incandescent bulb. But that was impossible. There was no electricity down here. We'd tried light switches in every room we'd entered, and nothing had worked. The place had been disconnected from the grid years ago. I stood there for what felt like 5 minutes, just watching that faint glow. It didn't flicker or move, it was constant, unwavering. The kind of light you'd see from a lamp left on in a room. Part of me wanted to turn around and run. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out of there, but another part, the part that needed to know, kept me rooted to the spot. I took a few steps closer, my sneakers making almost no sound on the damp stone floor. The tunnel continued past the window, and as I moved forward, I saw that there were more windows ahead, all equally grimy and dark. Except for one about 30 feet further down, another basement window was glowing with that same soft yellow light. My mouth had gone completely dry. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, pulsing against my skin. I should have left. I know that now. I should have turned around and run back to the main building and never thought about those tunnels again. But I didn't. I kept walking slowly, my flashlight beam now trained on the floor in front of me, as if I didn't want to draw attention to myself. The second glowing window came level with me, and I could see that the room beyond it, whatever it was, had the same soft, steady light as the first. Then I saw the third, and the fourth. They were spaced about 20 feet apart, and each one had that same impossible glow, coming from whatever room lay behind the grimy glass. It looked like someone had gone through this section of the basement and turned on lights in specific rooms. I stopped beside the fourth window, my back pressed against the cold stone of the tunnel wall. I was shaking now, my hands trembling so badly that my flashlight beam jittered across the floor. I needed to find Chris and get out of here. That's when I made the decision to look through one of the windows. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I thought I'd see Chris in there, playing some kind of prank. Maybe I needed to prove to myself that there was a rational explanation. Or maybe I was just too deep in the fear to think clearly anymore. The window was too high for me to reach properly, but there was a pipe running along the wall that I could use as a foothold. Hoisting myself up was awkward, with the flashlight in my hand, but I managed to get high enough to peer through a relatively clean patch of glass. The room on the other side was small, maybe 10 by 10 feet, with concrete walls and a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling by a wire. The bulb was the source of the light, an old-fashioned incandescent with that soft yellow glow. The room was empty except for a metal chair positioned directly under the light, facing away from the window. I was so focused on the chair, wondering why it was there, who had put it there, that I almost didn't notice the shadow at first. It was subtle, just a darkness on the floor near the chair that didn't quite match the other shadows in the room. As I watched, the shadow shifted slightly, elongating as if whatever was casting it had moved. There was someone in that room. The realization hit me like a physical blow, and I almost lost my grip on the pipe. My breath fogged the glass, and I wiped it away with a trembling hand, peering harder into the room. The shadow moved again, this time more distinctly. It was a human-shaped shadow, cast by the single bare bulb. Someone was sitting in that chair. I couldn't see the person, the chair back was too high, but the shadow was clear now, the silhouette of a head and shoulders projected onto the concrete floor. Who would be down here? Why would anyone be sitting in a basement room of an abandoned hospital with a single light bulb on? Maintenance worker? No, that made no sense. The place had been closed for decades. Security guard. There was no security here. We'd been coming for rehearsals for weeks and never seen any one homeless person. Maybe, but why would they have electricity? And why just sit there in that chair, perfectly still? I stayed there, frozen on the pipe, for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute. The shadow didn't move again. The person in the chair remained perfectly still. Then slowly, the shadow began to change. It wasn't moving position, but it was shifting. The edges seemed to blur, as if the person was rocking very slightly. The head shape elongated, then compressed, then elongated again. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but I was watching so closely that I noticed. My arms were starting to ache from holding myself up, and my foothold on the pipe was becoming precarious. I needed to get down, to find Chris, to get out of this place. That's when the light went out. Not just in the room I was looking into, in all of them. One moment, the soft yellow glow was coming from all the windows I could see down the tunnel. The next moment, complete darkness. There was no sound, no click of a switch, no movement, no fading, just instant total blackness. The transition was so abrupt that my eyes couldn't adjust. At first I was left clinging to the pipe in utter darkness. The after-image of the light bulb burned into my vision. I dropped from the pipe, landing awkwardly on the stone floor and almost twisting my ankle. My flashlight, I'd almost forgotten I was holding it. I fumbled with the switch, praying it would still work. The beam sprang to life, cutting through the darkness and revealing the tunnel, now looking completely different without the glow from the windows. All the windows were dark now, just black rectangles in the stone walls. "Chris!" I called out, my voice cracking with panic. No answer. I started moving back the way I'd come, walking quickly at first, then breaking into a run. My flashlight beam bounced wildly, making the shadows leap and dance around me. Every dark doorway, every branching tunnel seemed to hold some new threat. I rounded a corner and almost collided with Chris. He was standing perfectly still in the middle of the tunnel, his own flashlight pointed at the floor. His face was pale, his eyes wide. "Did you see that?" he whispered. "The lights?" I asked, my breath coming in ragged gasps. He nodded slowly. "They just went out, all at once." We didn't speak another word. We just turned and ran together, back through the tunnels, past the common area where we'd separated from Sarah, up the steep concrete stairs, and out into the night air. The transition from the oppressive darkness of the tunnels to the relative openness of the courtyard should have been a relief. But it wasn't. I still felt watched, still felt that prickle at the back of my neck. Sarah was waiting by the main building, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. She saw our faces and didn't need to ask what had happened. We never went back into the tunnels after that. We made excuses to the director, told him we couldn't find any props down there, that it was too dangerous. Rehearsals continued in the main building for another 2 weeks until our usual space was repaired. And then we left the state hospital for good. But I never forgot what I saw down there. Or what I didn't see. The part that haunts me isn't just the lights going out. It's the moments before that shadow shifting in ways that didn't seem quite human. The feeling that whatever was in that room knew I was watching. And the absolute silence when the lights disappeared, as if whatever had been there had simply vanished into the darkness. Sometimes I lie awake at night and think about that basement, about all those rooms with their single chairs and bare bulbs. I think about who might have turned those lights on, and I think about why they turned them off right at the moment I was watching. The rational part of my mind tries to come up with explanations, some kind of automatic timer we didn't know about, a backup generator kicking on and then failing, even collective hallucination from the stress and the strange environment. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt, and I know that something was down there with us that evening, sitting in those rooms in the dark, waiting in chairs under bare light bulbs until the moment we noticed, and then... Story 3. I lived about 1.5 miles away in a small apartment complex near the community college. To get there, I had a choice. There was the shortcut, which cut through the old industrial park and ran alongside the train tracks, or the long way, which stuck to the main roads with streetlights. Everyone called the shortcut the tracks, and you didn't go there after dark. There were stories, you know, not just about muggers and junkies, but weirder stuff. Stories about figures seen between the boxcars, about sounds that weren't quite human. I'd never seen anything myself, but the feeling you got walking past there, even in the daytime, was like a cold weight in your stomach. So that night, I decided on the long way. It was a decision that felt heavy, even as I made it, like I was choosing between 2 different kinds of bad. The air was cold, that sharp autumnal cold that bites right through your jacket. I remember my breath making little clouds in the glow of the streetlights. Downtown was dead. The bars had closed, and the last stragglers were gone. It was just me, the hum of a distant highway, and the click of my own boots on the pavement. I had my hood up, my hands shoved deep in my pockets, and I was walking at a good clip, just wanting to be home, to be in my bed with the door locked. That's when I first heard it. It wasn't a loud sound, just the soft, slow crunch of tires on asphalt behind me. I glanced over my shoulder without really breaking stride. It was a white van. A generic, completely unremarkable white panel van, the kind plumbers or electricians use. Its headlights were off, which was the first thing that really snagged in my brain. Who drives with their headlights off on a dark city street? I told myself it was nothing. Maybe he was just looking for an address, or his lights were broken. I picked up my pace a little, my heart starting a low, dull thump in my chest. I passed a closed-down bookstore, then a 24-hour diner that was empty except for a lone cook behind the counter. I chanced another look back. The van was still there, maybe 30 feet behind me now, and it was moving, not parked, not turning, just coasting, slowly, matching my speed. A cold knot tightened in my gut. This wasn't right. I crossed the street, my steps quicker, more frantic. I didn't run, not yet, because what if I was wrong? What if I started sprinting down the street for no reason, and this was just some guy who lived on my block? But the logic was thin, and I knew it. My apartment was in a residential area, not a place you'd be driving a work van at 1 in the morning. I reached the other sidewalk and dared to look again. The van had crossed the street too. It hadn't turned down a side road. It had followed me across. That's when the real fear set in. It wasn't a jolt. It was a slow, creeping dread that flooded my veins, turning my blood to ice water. My mouth went dry. My hearing became hypersensitive. I could hear the whisper of the van's tires, the rustle of my jacket, the frantic pounding of my own heart. I could feel every single pebble under my shoe. I sped up to almost a jog. My apartment was still about 10 blocks away. 10 blocks felt like 10 miles. The streets here were lined with old, sleeping houses, their windows dark. No one to see, no one to help. I looked back. The van had sped up too. It was closer now, maybe 20 feet away. Still no headlights. In the gloom, I could just make out the shape of the windshield, but the interior was pitch black. I couldn't see a driver. It was just a dark, empty-looking window, behind which someone was staring at me. Panic. Pure, undiluted panic. It's a physical thing. Your brain screams, your muscles coil, and every instinct tells you to run like hell. But a smaller, more rational part, the part that was desperately trying to keep me alive, whispered not to run, not yet. If I ran, it would confirm that I knew, and then the game would be over. They would have to act. So I walked faster, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps that fogged in the air. My legs felt weak, like they were made of rubber. Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck was standing straight up. I was acutely aware of how exposed I was. A single kid on a vast, dark stage with a single, silent audience member. I tried to think. What could I do? Bang on a door? Wake someone up? But what would I say? A van is following me. It sounded insane even to me. And what if no one answered? What if I was just standing there, trapped on a stranger's porch while the van pulled up? I decided my only chance was to get home. My apartment building had an outside light. It had a lock on the front door. It was safety. I took a left turn onto Maple Avenue, my street. It was a long, straight road that sloped gently uphill toward the college. My apartment was about halfway up on the right. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I could hear it. The soft, patient crunch of its tires was right there. It was so close I could have thrown a rock and hit its grill. This was it. They weren't hiding it anymore. They were herding me. I broke into a run. I couldn't help it. The pretense was gone. It was just raw, animal fear. I sprinted, my backpack slamming against my back, my lungs burning with the cold air. I didn't look back. I just ran, my eyes locked on the distant, blessedly familiar shape of my apartment building. The sound of the van's engine changed. It wasn't coasting anymore. I heard it downshift, a low growl, and the crunch of the tires got louder, faster. It was accelerating. It was coming for me. I was sobbing now, tears streaming down my face, freezing on my cheeks. I was 100 feet from my driveway. 50. I could see the cheap solar-powered lamp my mum had stuck in the front lawn. Its light weak and yellowish. I veered sharply into the driveway, my shoes skidding on the loose gravel. This was the moment. This was where they would either stop or not stop. I risked one final, terrified glance over my shoulder. The van was right there, at the foot of the driveway. It was so close, I could see the rust spots around the wheel wells, the smeared dirt on the passenger side window. It was pointing right at me, a white shark. In the dark, I braced for the impact, for the sound of the engine roaring, for the feel of metal against my legs. But it didn't happen. Instead, the van swerved hard. It jerked to the left, its tires squealing softly on the pavement, and accelerated down Maple Avenue, away from me. It didn't slow down. It didn't stop. It just drove off, its red taillights shrinking into pinpricks and then vanishing around a bend. I stood there for a second, frozen in sheer, disbelieving shock. My entire body was trembling violently. The adrenaline was crashing, leaving me feeling hollow and sick. He was gone. He'd had me, and he'd just left. I didn't waste another second. I fumbled my keys out of my pocket, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock on the main door. I finally got it, shoved the heavy wooden door open, and stumbled into the dimly lit lobby. I slammed it shut behind me and threw the deadbolt, the sound of the heavy metal sliding into place, the most beautiful noise I'd ever heard. I leaned against the door, my forehead pressed to the cool wood, trying to catch my breath. I was safe. I was inside. The lobby was silent and still. The only light came from a small bulb in a fixture on the wall, casting long, deep shadows. The carpet smelled faintly of mildew and old cigarettes. That's when I heard it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Footsteps on the gravel driveway outside. My blood ran cold. He hadn't left. He'd parked somewhere. He'd come back. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, not running, just walking. Coming closer to the door I was leaning against. I stopped breathing. I pushed myself away from the door, backing into the center of the lobby, my eyes fixed on the narrow vertical window set into the door. I couldn't see out. It was just a rectangle of pure blackness. The footsteps stopped, right on the other side of the door. There was no knock, no attempt to open it, just silence. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break them. I was crying again, silent tears of pure terror. I was alone in the building. The other tenants were all older, quiet people who went to bed early. There was no one. Then a shadow passed in front of the little window. It was fast, just a blur of darkness that blocked the faint light from the street for a fraction of a second. But it was enough. He was right there. He was looking in. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes. Time had lost all meaning. I was just a bag of fear, waiting for the doorknob to turn, for the door to splinter, for something to happen. But nothing did. The footsteps started again. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They were moving away, back down the driveway, getting fainter and fainter until they were gone. I stayed in the lobby until the first hints of dawn began to lighten the windows. I didn't sleep. I just sat on the bottom step of the staircase, wrapped in my own arms, shaking. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of the trees outside made me jump. When the sun was properly up, I finally went to my apartment, locked the door behind me, and collapsed on my bed. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, it was late afternoon, and my grandfather was knocking on my door. He came in, took one look at me, and knew something was wrong. I was pale, my eyes were red, and I was still jittery. I told him everything, my voice shaky and thin. I told him about the van, about the footsteps, about the shadow at the door. He didn't hug me or tell me it was okay. He just sat down in my desk chair, his face grim. He launched into a lecture, the same one I'd heard 100 times before, but this time it felt different. It wasn't just a warning, it was a confirmation. "You can't be out that late," he said, his voice low and serious. "You don't know what's out there. You think you're invincible at your age, but you're not. There are people, they look for opportunities. They look for kids walking alone in the dark. They see you, and they see an easy target. You got lucky last night. You got a warning. Next time you might not be so lucky." His words didn't make me feel better. They just cemented the horror. He was right. It wasn't a random weirdo. It was someone who knew what they were doing. The way the van had coasted, the way it had matched my turns, the way it had sped up when I ran, it was practiced. It was predatory. And the footsteps, the fact that he'd come to the door, that he'd looked in, that was a message. It was him letting me know that he knew where I lived. That my safety was an illusion. The fear didn't go away. It sunk its roots deep into me. For weeks I couldn't sleep without a light on. Every time I saw a white van, my stomach would clench into a fist. The sound of gravel crunching under tires still makes my breath catch. But the worst part, the thing that haunts me even now, isn't the van or the chase. It's the ending, the way it just stopped. He had me. I was right there, completely vulnerable, seconds from my door. He could have taken me, but he didn't. He drove away. And then he came back on foot just to stand outside my door, just to let me know he was there. Why? Was he toying with me? Was he scared off by something I didn't see? Or was it something else, something I can't even bring myself to consider? I never found out. I never saw the van again. I never heard those specific footsteps on my driveway again. But the question has never left me. It sits in the back of my mind, a cold, dark spot of pure dread. He was right there, and then he was gone, and I have never, for a single day since, been able to explain it. Story 4. I'd been asleep for maybe a few hours when the noise woke me up. Not a loud noise, not a crash or anything. It was this scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged across concrete, followed by a soft, solid thud. The kind of sound that gets under your skin because it's not supposed to be there. My eyes snapped open, and the first thing I saw was the red numbers of my alarm clock. 2:43 in the morning. The house was dead quiet otherwise. That deep, heavy quiet of the middle of the night when even the furnace had shut off. My heart was already starting to thump against my ribs. Mum wasn't home. She'd left around 8, saying she was just going to the corner store, but I knew what that meant. The corner store meant the bar 2 blocks over. It meant she'd stumble back in sometime after last call, smelling like stale beer and cigarettes, and crash on the couch without even making it to her bedroom. So when I heard that scraping from downstairs, my first thought, my desperate hope, was that it was her. That she'd come home early, maybe lost her keys and was messing around with the basement door. That's where the sound was coming from. The basement door was at the end of the hall, right near the kitchen. It was this old, heavy wooden door that always stuck in the frame. You had to lift it and shove it to get it open. I lay there in bed, clutching my comforter up to my chin, just listening. The scraping came again, then a thud. It wasn't the sound of someone fumbling with a lock. It was more deliberate. I held my breath, trying to make my ears work better. The floor in the hall creaked. Someone was out there. My room was at the top of the stairs. If I opened my door just a crack, I could see down the hallway to where the basement door was. I didn't want to move. Every instinct in my 14-year-old body was screaming at me to stay put, to pull the covers over my head and pretend I was dreaming. But a bigger, colder fear was pushing me. What if Mum was hurt? What if she'd fallen down the basement stairs? The thought made me feel sick. I pushed the covers back slowly. The air in my room was cold. I was wearing an old t-shirt and a pair of sweats, but I was shivering. I swung my legs out of bed, my feet flinching as they touched the icy hardwood floor. I crept to my door, moving so slowly it felt like I wasn't moving at all. I put my ear against the wood first. Nothing, just that awful waiting silence. I turned the doorknob, praying it wouldn't make that little clicking sound it always did. It turned silently for once. I pulled the door open just enough to press my eye to the crack. The hallway was dark, lit only by the faint orange glow of the streetlight filtering through the window on the landing. I could see the shape of the basement door at the end of the hall, and there was a silhouette standing in front of it. It wasn't my mom. My mom is short and kind of round. This shape was tall and thin, all sharp angles, a man's shape. He was just standing there, perfectly still, facing the basement door. I felt my blood go cold, like someone had injected ice water into my veins. My breath hitched in my throat, and I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to stop any sound from coming out. Who was that? What was he doing in our house? He moved then, turning his head slightly, and I saw the profile of his face. I didn't recognize him. He had a sharp nose, a strong jaw. He reached out and put his hand on the basement doorknob, and I saw him try to turn it. It was locked. We always kept it locked from the inside, with a deadbolt. A little grunt of frustration came from him, a low, guttural sound. He stepped back from the door and just stood there again, looking at it. Then he turned around. He was looking right down the hallway, right towards my door. I froze. I stopped breathing. I was sure he could see me, see my eyes staring through the crack. I could feel the pulse pounding in my neck, in my temples. He took a step forward, then another. He was coming down the hall. I shut my door. I didn't slam it. I just pushed it closed as fast and as quietly as I could, my hands trembling so badly I could barely manage it. I backed away from the door, stumbling into my bed. My legs felt like water. I heard his footsteps in the hall. They were slow, heavy, not trying to be quiet. He stopped right outside my door. I could see the shadow of his feet under the gap at the bottom of the door. He just stood there. I thought I was going to scream. I bit down on the inside of my cheek so hard I tasted blood. The metallic tang mixed with the sheer gut-wrenching terror. Please, 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 just keep walking, I chanted in my head. Please go away. After what felt like an hour but was probably only 10 seconds, the shadow moved. His footsteps started again, going back down the hall towards the basement door. I let out a shaky breath, my whole body trembling. I had to do something. I had to call the police. The phone was in the kitchen downstairs. The thought of going downstairs, of being out in the open with that man, made me want to throw up. But staying in my room felt like waiting in a trap. He knew I was here now. He'd stood outside my door. He was going to come back. I listened. The scraping started again from the basement door. It was a different sound now, more metallic, like he was trying to pry something. I had a window of opportunity. However long it took him to get that door open, I crept back to my door and listened. The scraping was steady, focused. He was occupied. I had to move. I opened my door again, just a sliver. The hall was empty. I slipped out, my back pressed against the wall, and started inching my way towards the top of the stairs. Every step I took, the floorboards creaked. They'd never creaked so loudly before. It was like they were screaming. With every shift of my weight, I could still hear him working on the door, the metallic scrape, scrape, scrape. I made it to the top of the stairs and looked down. The living room was a pit of shadows. The front door was right there across the living room, so close. But the kitchen and the phone was to the left, at the bottom of the stairs. I started down, holding onto the banister, placing my feet on the very edge of each step, where I knew it creaked the least. My heart was a wild drum in my chest, so loud I was sure he could hear it. I was halfway down when the scraping from the basement door stopped. I froze on the stairs, one foot hovering in mid-air. The silence was worse than the noise. It was a listening silence. Then I heard a low, satisfied chuckle, and the sound of the basement door swinging open. It made this long, groaning whine. Because the hinges were rusty, I couldn't see the door from where I was on the stairs, but I could hear him step inside the basement. "Jackpot," he said. His voice was low, but it carried in the dead quiet of the house. It wasn't a loud, triumphant yell. It was this quiet, creepy murmur, like he'd just found exactly what he was looking for. Jackpot. The word echoed in my head. What was down there? Old Christmas decorations. My dad's old toolboxes he'd left behind. What was a jackpot? The fear became something else then. It wasn't just the fear of an intruder anymore. It was a deeper, more specific terror. He was looking for something, and he'd found it. I heard him moving around down in the basement, his footsteps echoing on the concrete floor. This was my chance. I scurried down the rest of the stairs, my socks slipping on the wooden floor of the living room. I darted into the kitchen, my eyes glued to the phone on the wall. It was the old kind, with a long, curly cord. I grabbed the receiver, my hand so slick with sweat I almost dropped it. I pressed it to my ear dial tone. Thank God. I punched in 911, my finger jabbing at the buttons. It started to ring. Once. Twice. 911. What's your emergency? A woman's voice said. It was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. I opened my mouth to speak, but all that came out was a choked whisper. There's a man in my house. I breathed into the phone. He's in the basement. Please send help. Okay, sweetie. I need you to tell me your address, the dispatcher said. Her voice calm and steady, I told her. My voice was shaking so badly I had to repeat it twice. He's tall, I don't know. I just saw his shadow. He said, jackpot, please hurry. I'm sending officers right now. Are you in a safe place? I was about to say no, that I was in the kitchen, when I heard the basement door groan again. He was coming back up. He's coming, I whispered, panic seizing my throat. He's coming up the stairs. Can you hide, get somewhere safe and stay on the line with me? I looked around the kitchen frantically. There was nowhere to hide. The pantry was too small. Under the table was too exposed. My eyes landed on the door to the basement stairs. It was still open. The idea of going down there, where he had just been, was insane. But he was coming up. He'd be in the kitchen in seconds. I dropped the phone. I didn't hang up, I just let it fall, the receiver swinging from its cord. I bolted for the basement door and slipped inside, pulling the door almost closed behind me, leaving it open just a crack so I could see out. The basement stairs were steep and narrow. It was pitch black down there, and it smelled of damp concrete and mildew. I could hear him coming up the basement stairs from the inside. I was trapped between him coming up and the kitchen, where he was about to emerge. I did the only thing I could think of. I scurried down the first few steps into the darkness, and then ducked behind a stack of old cardboard boxes my mom had been meaning to take to the recycling for months. They were full of old magazines and junk mail. I squeezed myself into the small space between the boxes and the cold concrete wall. Pulling my knees up to my chest, I was shaking uncontrollably. Through the crack in the door, I saw the man step into the kitchen. He paused, looking around. His eyes landed on the phone, the receiver swinging back and forth. Back and forth, I could hear the tiny, tinny voice of the dispatcher coming from it. Hello? Are you still there? He walked over to the phone slowly. He reached out and stilled the receiver with his hand. He lifted it to his ear, listened for a second, and then a slow, ugly smile spread across his face. He hung it up with a definitive click. Then he looked right at the basement door, right at the crack I was peering through. He knew. He walked over to the door and pushed it all the way open. The light from the kitchen spilled down the stairs, illuminating the dusty, cluttered basement. I pressed myself deeper into the shadows, trying to make myself disappear. "Little girl," he called out, his voice echoing in the confined space. It wasn't a shout, it was a sing-song, taunting call. "I know you're down here." I heard his footsteps on the top step. He was coming down. Terror is a physical thing. It's not just in your head. It's a cold sweat that breaks out all over your body. It's your bladder letting go before your brain even registers it. I felt a sudden, warm rush between my legs, soaking my sweatpants. I was so scared, I'd wet myself. The hot, damp fabric stuck to my skin, and the sharp smell of urine filled the small space around me. I was too terrified to even be embarrassed. He was halfway down the stairs now. I could see his legs. "Come on out. I just want to talk." I held my breath. My heart was beating so fast I felt dizzy. He reached the bottom of the stairs and stood there, looking around the basement. His eyes scanned the water heater, the old washing machine, the piles of junk. They passed right over my hiding spot. Then they stopped and came back. He took a step towards the boxes. This was it. He'd found me. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for his hands to grab me, but then he stopped. He turned his head, listening. From upstairs, I heard a new sound. A quiet knocking at the front door. His head snapped up. He looked furious. He turned and bounded back up the stairs, taking them two at a time. He disappeared into the kitchen, and I heard the front door open. "Took you long enough," his voice grumbled. "Took you long enough to get the damn door open." A new voice, deeper and rougher, answered. "You get the stuff?" "Yeah, it's all here. But we got a problem. There's a kid here, a girl. She called the cops." A third voice chimed in, higher pitched. "What? Where is she?" "She's hiding in the basement, little bitch. Find her. We gotta go." Footsteps, heavy, multiple footsteps, coming towards the basement door. There were 3 of them now. I was crying silently, hot tears mixing with the cold sweat on my face. There was no way out. The basement had one small window, but it was painted shut and covered with dirt on the outside. The only way out was up the stairs, and they were coming down. The first one down was the new guy, the one with the deep voice. He was big, broader than the first man. He flicked on the bare bulb that hung from the ceiling, flooding the basement in a harsh yellow light. "Hey, kid, party's over. Come on out." The second one, the one with the higher voice, followed him down. He was skinnier, twitchy. "Check behind that crap." They started moving things, shoving boxes aside. I could hear them getting closer. The big one was only a few feet from my stack of boxes. I saw his heavy work boot kick a box of old clothes I had to move. If I stayed, I was dead. Or worse. I didn't know what they wanted, but the word jackpot and their panic about the police told me it wasn't anything good. I took a deep, shuddering breath. There was a narrow path between the junk that led to the bottom of the stairs. If I could just get to the stairs, maybe I could outrun them. As the big man reached for my stack of boxes, I exploded from my hiding spot. I didn't think, I just ran. I scrambled out from behind the boxes and sprinted for the stairs. "Hey!" the big man roared. I was fast. Fear gave me speed I didn't know I had. I hit the first step, then the second, and then it happened. The big man lunged for me. His foot came down right in the puddle of my own urine I'd left on the concrete floor. His boot slid out from under him with a sickening wet skid. His arms windmilled, a look of pure shock on his face. He was a big guy, and he went down hard. His head snapped back and connected with the sharp metal edge of the old washing machine with a crack that was louder than any sound in the world. He crumpled to the floor and didn't move. For a split second, everything was frozen. The twitchy guy at the bottom of the stairs was just staring, his mouth hanging open. The first man was at the top of the stairs, his eyes wide. I didn't wait. I flew up the rest of the stairs, my wet socks slipping on the wood. I shoved past the first man, who was too stunned to grab me, and ran through the kitchen, through the living room. The front door was still open. I didn't look back. I burst out into the cold night air and ran. I ran across our frost-covered lawn, my wet pants clinging to my legs, my bare feet freezing. I didn't stop until I was hammering on my neighbor's door, Mrs. Gable's door, screaming and crying so hard I could barely breathe. She called the police. They came with their sirens screaming and their lights painting the whole street red and blue. They caught the 2 men still in the house, trying to drag their unconscious friend out. The paramedics took him away on a stretcher. The police asked me questions, their voices soft. A nice female officer wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. They called Child Protective Services. They tried to call my mom, but her phone just went to voicemail. She never came home that night. I went to live with my dad the next day. I never went back to that house. I never saw my mom again. But that's not what keeps me up at night. It's not the man saying, "Jackpot." It's not the sound of his head hitting the washing machine. It's the smell, the specific, sharp, humiliating smell of my own pee on the cold basement floor. And the sight of that big man's boot sliding right through it. If I hadn't been so scared, if I hadn't lost control of my own body in the worst way possible, he would have caught me. He wouldn't have slipped. I wouldn't be here. I can't go into basements anymore. I can't even look at a basement door without my heart starting to race and my hands getting clammy. Everyone thinks I'm brave for escaping. They don't know I only got away because I was so terrified I pissed myself. Story 5. There were 3 of us. My friend, let's just call him my friend, the one who lived there. Then there was me and our other buddy, my friend, the one whose room it was. He's the one who's always been into all that spiritual, sensitive to energy stuff. He'd talk about auras and spirits, and I'd just roll my eyes. I'm a skeptic through and through. An atheist, the whole deal. If I can't measure it in a lab or see it under a microscope, it doesn't exist. That was my mantra. Our other friend was more like me, a skeptic, but a quieter one. He'd just listen and shrug. So there we were, just killing time. I was sitting on the floor, cross-legged, my back against his lumpy bed. The shag carpet was digging into my ankles. I had my phone in my hand, mindlessly scrolling through some social media feed. The blue light washing out everything in the dim room. The only other light was his cheap clip-on lamp, casting long, weird shadows from the piles of clothes and books. My friend was on his bed, talking about some dream he'd had, something about a forest and a guide, and I was only half listening, just nodding along while looking at my screen. Our other friend was in the desk chair, swiveling back and forth slowly, the squeak of the mechanism a steady, annoying rhythm. Then I saw it. It was just a flicker at first, in the corner of my eye, over by the bathroom door, which was half open, showing a sliver of darkness inside. I thought it was just my eyes getting tired from the phone, a trick of the light. I blinked a couple of times, hard, and went back to scrolling. But it came back, a movement, a shift in the air. I lowered my phone and looked straight at the bathroom door, and I saw it, a patch of mist. That's the only word for it. It was like a heat haze, but inside, and it was white, a pale, faded white. It was just hanging there in the air, about 3 feet off the ground, drifting and swirling very slowly, like smoke from a snuffed-out candle. It was shapeless for a second, just a cloud, and then, I swear to God, it condensed. It pulled in on itself and formed a shape, a small figure. It was hazy, translucent, but the details were horrifyingly clear because they kept shifting. It was like trying to look at something through moving water. It was the shape of a little girl, I think, small, with a dress on, with a faded white dress that seemed to be part of the mist itself, the hem of it just dissolving into nothing. It had no face, just a smoother, oval-shaped patch of mist where a face should be. But I got the overwhelming, gut-churning feeling that it was looking right at me. My heart didn't just start pounding. It felt like it seized up in my chest, a hard, cold fist clenching around it. My breath hitched in my throat. I could feel every single hair on my arms and on the back of my neck stand straight up. A cold sweat broke out all over my body, instant and icy. This wasn't fear like when you almost trip on the stairs. This was a deep, primal, physical terror. My brain was screaming one word over and over. No, this isn't possible. I must be hallucinating. I blinked again, so hard I saw spots. I rubbed my eyes with the heels of my hands, pressing until it hurt. I looked back. It was still there. It was even clearer now. The swirling had slowed down, and the figure was just standing there, hovering. The silence in the room was suddenly absolute. The squeaking of the desk chair had stopped. I realized I'd been holding my breath. My arm felt like it weighed 100 pounds as I lifted it. My hand was trembling. I pointed a shaky finger towards the bathroom door. I couldn't speak. My mouth was desert dry. My friend on the bed, the one who's sensitive, he followed my gaze. He went completely still. His face, which had been relaxed and chatty a second ago, went tight and pale. "Do you see something?" he asked. His voice was low, almost a whisper, but it cut through the silence like a knife. I just managed a jerky nod, my eyes glued to the misty figure. I couldn't look away. It felt like if I broke eye contact, something terrible would happen. The moment he asked that question, the air in the room changed. It's the only way I can describe it. It became thick, heavy. It was hard to breathe, like the oxygen had been sucked out. And then I felt it, a static charge. It started as a faint prickling on my skin, the kind you get before a thunderstorm, but it built fast. It was crawling over my arms, my face, raising the fine hairs. I could hear it, a faint high-pitched buzzing like a fly was trapped inside my skull. The air itself felt electric, alive with a kind of hostile energy I'd never felt before. The misty figure seemed to react to it. It condensed further, it became more solid-looking, the edges of the little dress sharpening for a second before blurring again. It was as if it was acknowledging us, as if it knew we could see it. That was the most terrifying part, the sense of a presence, an intelligence. This wasn't some random atmospheric glitch. This was a thing, and it was aware of me. I finally managed to wrench my gaze away. I looked down at the filthy carpet, at a stray Cheeto that was lying near my foot. I focused on that orange curl, trying to anchor myself in something normal, something real. But the feeling of being watched was so intense, it was a physical pressure on the back of my head. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard, I felt dizzy. I was cold, but I was also sweating. My hands were clenched into fists so tight my nails were digging half-moons into my palms. I risked a glance at our other friend, the skeptic. He was frozen in his chair, his knuckles white where he was gripping the armrests. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. All the color had drained from it, leaving him a sickly gray. He wasn't looking at me or our other friend. He was staring at the same spot I had been, his eyes wide with a horror that mirrored my own. He felt it too. He saw it too. I wasn't crazy. This was real. That confirmation should have been a comfort, but it wasn't. It just made the terror deeper, more profound, because it meant this was actually happening. The logical part of my brain, the part that had been running my life for 20-something years, was short-circuiting. It was throwing up error messages, parasitic hallucination, mass hysteria, carbon monoxide. But it was failing. This was too vivid, too physical. The static in the air, the weight of the gaze, the sheer gut-level fear. It was all too real to be anything but real. I don't know how long we sat like that. It could have been 10 seconds or 2 minutes. Time had lost all meaning. The only things that existed were the oppressive silence, the electric buzz in the air, the cold sweat on my skin, and that thing by the door. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. The need to get out, to escape that room, was a biological imperative. Stronger than thirst or hunger, I had to move. I need to go to the bathroom, I mumbled. It was a lie. A stupid, transparent lie. The bathroom was the last place I wanted to go, as it was right next to the figure. But I had to get out of that specific spot, out from under its gaze. I untangled my legs. They were stiff and prickly with pins and needles. Pushing myself up from the floor felt like a monumental effort. My muscles were weak, trembling. I didn't look at the bathroom door as I stood. I kept my eyes on my friend on the bed, who was still watching the spot, with a grim, knowing look on his face. I took a step towards the main door of the dorm room, then another. My legs felt like jelly. And then, as I passed the threshold of the bathroom door, giving the spot where the figure had been a wide berth, something happened. The moment I cleared that area, the moment I was no longer in its direct line of sight, I felt a change. It was immediate and shocking. The heavy, electric feeling in the air just vanished. It was like popping your ears after a change in altitude. The pressure was gone. The static buzzing in my head stopped. And the most bizarre thing of all, I felt physically lighter. I don't mean I felt relieved. I mean I literally felt lighter, as if a physical weight I hadn't even known I was carrying had been lifted off my shoulders. My steps felt easier. The air felt easier to breathe. It was a tangible physical sensation, like taking off a heavy backpack after a long hike. I stopped dead in my tracks just inside the main door, my hand on the doorknob. I turned around slowly, my heart still thumping, but now with a different kind of fear, a confused, awe-struck terror. The room looked normal, just a messy dorm room. The clip-on lamp was still on, the desk chair was still. My friend on the bed was looking at me now, his expression unreadable. Our other friend was still pale, still gripping his chair, but he was looking around the room like he was seeing it for the first time. The mist was gone. The figure was gone. The oppressive atmosphere was gone. I didn't go to the bathroom. I just stood there, my hand on the cold metal doorknob, trying to process what had just happened. My entire worldview, my staunch, ridiculously firm atheism, my belief in a logical, material universe, it hadn't just been challenged, it had been dismantled, shattered into a million pieces in the space of a few minutes. I looked at my two friends. No one said anything. What was there to say? We had all seen it. We had all felt it. The shared experience hung in the air between us, more real and more frightening than any words could ever be. I never went back into that room. I made some excuse and left a few minutes later, walking back to my own dorm in a complete daze. The night air felt clean and normal, but I couldn't shake the memory of that electric static, the sight of that shifting, misty dress, and the profound physical sensation of that weight lifting off me the second I walked away from it. That was years ago now. I still don't believe in God, but I believe in that. I have to. I was there, I saw it, I felt its attention on me, and sometimes late at night when the house is quiet and the shadows in the hallway look a little too deep, I remember the feeling of that weight, and I wonder if it's still gone, or if I just got lucky enough to walk away from it that one time. I can't explain any of it, not the mist, not the static, not the lightness. I just know it happened, and I've never been the same since. Story 6. It was my graduation day, and we were having a party at my family's house out in the countryside of upstate New York. You know, one of those old places surrounded by woods, where the nearest neighbor is a mile away. The party started in the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, with a bunch of family and friends hanging out in the backyard. The weather had been perfect, sunny and warm, with a light breeze that made the leaves rustle just enough to feel peaceful. We had a grill going, music playing from a speaker someone set up on the porch, and everyone was laughing and taking pictures. I was feeling pretty good, relieved to be done with school and looking forward to whatever came next. But then, around 5 o'clock, things started to get weird. I remember because I was standing near the edge of the yard, talking to a couple of friends about our plans for the summer, when I noticed the sky. It wasn't like a storm was coming. It was more like someone had flipped a switch. The blue just faded out, and this flat, dull grey washed over everything. No clouds, no wind picking up. Just this eerie, uniform grey that made the whole world feel muted. I pointed it out to my friends, but they barely glanced up. One of them said, "Yeah, looks like it might rain," and went back to chatting. But it didn't feel right. The air got heavy, like the pressure had dropped suddenly, and my ears popped a little. Then the noise hit. It wasn't a gradual thing. It was instant and overwhelming. 1 second everything was normal, and the next, this deafening roar blasted through the air. It sounded exactly like a jet engine, but way too loud and close, like it was right on top of us. The ground shook, and I mean really shook. The house rattled so hard that I saw windows vibrating in their frames, plates on the picnic table clattered, and someone's drink tipped over. For a split second, everyone froze, and then panic set in. People were shouting, but I couldn't hear them over the noise. It was so loud that it felt like it was inside my head, pounding against my skull. I dropped to the ground instinctively, my hands over my ears, but it didn't help much. The sound was everywhere, vibrating through the grass and up into my bones. I remember looking around and seeing my mum's face. She was pale, her mouth open in a scream I couldn't hear. My dad was trying to herd people toward the house, but no one was moving right. It was like we were all stuck in slow motion. The noise went on for what felt like forever, but it was probably only a minute or two. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Not faded out, stopped. Dead silence. And that silence was worse than the noise. It was so complete that it felt heavy, like a blanket smothering everything my ears were ringing, and for a few seconds I couldn't hear anything else. I stood up slowly, my legs shaky, and looked around. Everyone else was getting up too, but they were acting normal, like nothing had happened. My mom was brushing dirt off her jeans and laughing about something with my aunt. My friends were picking up their drinks and going back to their conversations. No one mentioned the noise or the shaking. It was as if it had never happened. I tried to ask about it. I went up to my best friend and said, "Did you hear that? What was that?" He just gave me a blank look and said, "Hear what? The music's still playing." And the speaker was back on, blasting some pop song like nothing had interrupted it. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. I walked around, asking a few other people, but they all shrugged it off or looked at me like I was crazy. One person said, maybe a truck backfired or something. But that didn't explain the sky or the shaking. I started to doubt myself, but I knew what I'd felt. My ears were still ringing, and my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. That's when I noticed the woods. Our property backs up against a dense forest, and about a half-mile in, there's an old abandoned Air Force data center. It's been shut down for years, but kids around here tell stories about it. Weird lights, sounds, that kind of thing. I'd never paid much attention to it before, but now I couldn't stop staring at the tree line. The grey sky made the woods look darker, almost menacing. And then I heard it. A series of loud bangs, like someone was hitting metal with a sledgehammer. They weren't distant. They sounded like they were coming from right near the data center. I glanced around to see if anyone else had heard, but no one reacted. People were still laughing and eating, completely oblivious. The bangs came again, 3 quick ones, followed by a longer, dragging sound. I felt a chill run down my spine. Without really thinking, I started walking toward the woods. I don't know why. Maybe I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't losing it. The grass was damp under my shoes, and the air felt thick and cold now, like the temperature had dropped 20 degrees in minutes. As I got closer to the trees, the feeling of being watched hit me hard. It wasn't just a vague sensation. It was intense, like eyes were boring into my back. I kept turning around, expecting to see someone following me, but the yard was full of people going about their business, none of them looking my way. The bangs had stopped, but now there was a low hum, almost like electrical buzzing, coming from the direction of the data center. I pushed through the first line of trees, the branches scratching at my arms. The ground was uneven, covered in leaves and roots, and I had to watch my step. The deeper I went, the darker it got, even though it was still daytime. The grey sky filtered through the canopy in a sickly light, making everything look washed out. I could hear my own breathing, too loud in the silence. Every few steps, I'd stop and listen, but aside from the hum, it was quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing. I've been in these woods plenty of times, and they're always full of life, but now it felt dead. After about 10 minutes of walking, I reached a small clearing where the data center sits. It's this squat concrete building with no windows, covered in graffiti, and surrounded by a chain-link fence that's mostly fallen down. The door was hanging open, rusted off its hinges. The humming was louder here, and it had a rhythmic quality to it, like a machine cycling on and off. I stood there for a moment, just staring, and that's when the memories started flooding back. I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't like remembering something. It was like reliving it. Suddenly I was a kid again, maybe 8 or 9 years old, playing in these same woods with my older brother. We dared each other to go near the data center, and we heard similar bangs back then. I'd forgotten all about it until now. I remembered seeing a figure standing in the trees, just a shadowy shape, and feeling that same intense, watched feeling. My brother had grabbed my arm and pulled me away, and we never talked about it again. But now, it was all coming back, vivid and sharp, like it had just happened. As I stood there, the humming got louder, and I felt a pressure building in my head. The grey sky seemed to press down on me, and I realized I was shaking. I took a step toward the building, and that's when I saw it. A movement in the doorway. Not a person, but something shifting in the shadows. I couldn't make out any details, but it felt wrong, like something that shouldn't be there. My heart was racing, and I wanted to run, but my feet felt stuck to the ground. Then the bangs started again, right from inside the building. They were so loud I flinched, and the humming cut out abruptly. In the silence that followed, I heard a voice. Not words, just a whispery sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was too faint to understand, but it sent a jolt of pure fear through me. I finally managed to turn and run, stumbling over roots and branches, not caring if I fell. I could still feel eyes on me, and that whispered sound followed me all the way back to the edge of the woods. When I burst out into the yard, everyone was still partying like nothing was wrong. The sky was starting to clear, the grey fading back to blue, and the noise from the speaker sounded cheerful and normal. I was breathing hard, covered in sweat and dirt, and my hands were trembling. I tried to tell my dad what happened, but he just patted my shoulder and said, "You look like you've seen a ghost. Come on, have some cake." No one else had any idea, and when I mentioned the data center, people just laughed it off as graduation jitters. I stayed at the party for a little while longer, but I couldn't shake the feeling. The memories kept popping up, not just from childhood, but other times I'd been near those woods and felt uneasy, things I'd brushed aside. It was like a dam had broken in my mind. Later that night, after everyone had left, I sat on the porch and stared at the tree line. The woods were dark and silent again, but I knew something was out there. I still don't know what that noise was, or why no one else remembers it, or what those bangs and that humming mean, but I feel like it's not over. And sometimes when I'm alone, I can still hear that whisper in the back of my mind. Story 7. It was a Tuesday, the third one after the funeral. The house still smelled like her, that mix of lavender, talcum powder, and the faint, sweet scent of the hard candies she always kept in her pocket. It's a smell you don't really notice until it's the only thing left, and then it's everywhere, clinging to the curtains, the upholstery, the still air in the hallway. We were all just existing in it, moving through the rooms like ghosts ourselves, trying to figure out how to be in a space that felt so hollowed out. The argument started over something stupid. I don't even remember what. Me and my mom, standing in the living room right by the big bay window where Grandma's favorite armchair sat empty. It was one of those raw, grating arguments that grief makes, where you're not really mad about the dishes or the mail. You're just mad that she's gone and the other person is still here, a reminder of the loss. Our voices were getting louder, bouncing off the high ceilings. Mom had her arms crossed, so tight her knuckles were white. I was just so tired, a deep-down bone tired that makes you feel heavy. And then in the middle of my mom saying something sharp, the music started. It wasn't music you'd ever expect to hear in a house of mourning. It was tinny, cheerful, and horrifyingly familiar. Baby Shark, do-do-do-do-do-do. It was coming from the kitchen, from the Alexa on the counter. We both just froze. The sound was so ridiculously out of place it was like a physical slap. My mom's face went slack, all the anger draining out of it, replaced by a confused kind of fear. The little blue light ring on the device was glowing. It had just woken up. "Did you?" My mom whispered, but I was already shaking my head. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't said a word to it. We never used the thing, It was my brother's gift to Grandma last Christmas, a dumb joke that she'd actually kind of loved for the weather reports. The song kept playing. That insistent, simple melody looping over and over. Mommy Shark, do-do-do-do-do-do. It felt like it was mocking us, this bubblegum pop nightmare soundtrack to our pain. I remember the feeling in my chest, a cold knot tightening. This wasn't a glitch. A glitch would be static or a random news briefing. This was Baby Shark. Grandma used to play it for my youngest cousin Mia when she'd visit. She'd laugh her raspy laugh as Mia danced around the kitchen table. I was the one who finally moved, my legs feeling like wood. I walked into the kitchen, my mom trailing behind me. The Alexa sat there, innocent as anything. I didn't know what to say. "Alexa, stop!" I finally managed, my voice thin. It stopped. The silence that rushed back in was even heavier than before. "What just happened?" my mom asked, her voice small. "I don't know. It must have heard something." "Heard what?" "We were arguing about nothing. It doesn't just play Baby Shark." We stood there for a long minute, just listening to the house. The fridge hummed. A car went by outside. Everything was normal, but it wasn't. The air felt charged, like right before a thunderstorm. That was the first thing, the first real thing that made the back of my neck prickle. We tried to shrug it off. We made tea, the ritual of it calming us down a little. We sat at the kitchen table, not talking much. The Alexa sat there like a silent accusation. After a while, Mum went upstairs to lie down, the fight and the weirdness having just drained her completely. I stayed at the table, scrolling through my phone, not really seeing anything, just trying to fill the silence with something meaningless. That's when I saw the chair move. It was Grandma's chair at the table, the one with the slightly wobbly leg that she'd always prop up with a folded napkin. It was pushed in, like always. I looked down at my phone for a second, and when I looked up it was out. Not a lot, just a few inches, enough that you could see the dark lines on the linoleum where the legs usually were, enough that it was definitely not where it had been. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at it, my brain trying to catch up. There was no draft. The floor wasn't slanted. I hadn't bumped the table. I just sat there, my heart starting to thump a slow, hard rhythm against my ribs. I remember the exact pattern of the linoleum, little beige and brown specks, and how the chair leg was now covering one of the bigger brown spots. I remember the faint squeak the linoleum made when the chair leg moved over it. A sound I'd heard 1,000 times before when someone got up, only no one had gotten up. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just watched that chair, half expecting it to slide back in or something. It didn't. It just stayed there, pulled out, like it was waiting for someone to sit down. The emptiness of the seat was the worst part. It was an invitation to nothing. After what felt like an hour, but was probably only a couple of minutes, I forced myself to get up. My legs were shaky. I walked over to the chair and pushed it back in, my hand trembling. The sound of the wood scraping against the floor was incredibly loud in the quiet kitchen. I went back to my seat, but I couldn't sit still. I kept looking at the chair, at the Alexa, at the back door. The back door. It was a solid wooden door with a small window at the top and a deadbolt. I always locked it. I'm paranoid about it. But as I looked at it from the kitchen table, I saw a thin sliver of daylight between the door and the frame. It was unlocked and slightly ajar. A cold wave washed over me from my scalp down to my feet. I was on my feet in an instant, crossing the kitchen in 3 quick strides. I slammed the door shut and threw the deadbolt. The heavy thunk, a reassuringly solid sound. I pressed my forehead against the cool wood, my heart hammering. Had I forgotten to lock it? I never forget. My mum never forgets. We'd been in and out the front door all day, bringing in groceries, but the back door... We never used the back door. I checked the handle. It was firm. The lock was engaged, but I had seen it open. I had. That little slice of outside light, the faint smell of cut grass that had seeped in. That's when the kitchen light started flickering. It's an old fluorescent tube light under a cloudy plastic cover. It flickers sometimes when it's about to die. A slow, lazy blink. This wasn't like that. This was sharp. On, off, like a signal. I stood frozen by the door, staring up at it. The flickering was rhythmic. It wasn't random, it felt intentional. A crazy, desperate thought crawled into my head. The kind of thought you have when reality is bending and you're trying to find a handhold. "Grandma?" I whispered, my voice cracking. The word felt stupid and childish in the thick air. The light blinked once, sharply. My breath hitched. It was probably a coincidence, a power surge. "Was that you, with the music?" 2 quick blinks, off, on, off, on. A jolt went through me, a mix of pure terror and something else, something like a wild, impossible hope. This couldn't be happening. I was losing my mind. I had to be. Are you here?" One long, steady glow. The light held, bright and constant. Tears welled up in my eyes, hot and confusing. I was scared, so scared my knees felt weak. But part of me was screaming that it was her, that she was trying to talk to us. I thought about the chair, pulled out at her spot. The back door, open. She always complained the house was stuffy. She was always opening windows and doors for fresh air. "Was the door you?" I asked, my voice trembling. 1 blink. Yes. The chair. 1 blink. A sob escaped my throat. I didn't know if I was crying from fear or relief, or just the sheer, overwhelming weirdness of it all. I was having a conversation with a kitchen light. And it was answering. I don't know how long I stood there, asking simple yes or no questions, my heart pounding a frantic drum against my ribs with every confirming blink. "Are you okay?" 1 blink. Yes. "Are you at peace?" A hesitation, then 1 blink. "Are you trying to tell us something?" 1 blink. "Do you miss us?" 1 blink, and the light seemed to hold for a second longer, a warm, steady glow that made the tears flow freely down my face. It felt like her. It felt like her stubborn, loving, persistent spirit. The fear was still there, a cold stone in my gut, but it was getting tangled up with this incredible, impossible sense of connection. She was here. She was still with us. I must have asked a dozen questions, maybe more. The light never failed to respond. It was the most surreal and profound moment of my life, standing in my grandma's kitchen, talking to a flickering fluorescent tube. Eventually, the questions ran out. I just stood there, exhausted, emotionally shredded. The light remained steady. I took it as a sign that it was over. "I love you, Grandma," I whispered. The light went out. Not a flicker, not a slow fade. It just snapped off, plunging the kitchen into the greyish late afternoon gloom coming from the window. The sudden darkness was a shock. It felt final, like a door slamming shut. The connection was severed. The presence I had felt so strongly just a moment before was gone. The house was just a house again, quiet and still and smelling of lavender and loss. I fumbled for the switch on the wall, my hand clumsy. I clicked it, nothing. I clicked it again, up, down, up, down. The light stayed dead. A cold dread, different from before, started to seep into me. This wasn't a gentle goodbye. This felt like a power being cut. I got a chair and, with shaking hands, unscrewed the plastic cover of the light fixture. The long fluorescent tube inside was dark. I reached up, my fingers hesitating for a second before I touched the ends of the tube, twisting it in its brackets. It was cool, completely cold. A dead bulb doesn't go from brightly lit to stone cold in half a second. I twisted it out and looked at the ends. The little filaments weren't blackened or broken. They looked fine. Brand new, even. I jumped down from the chair and went to the circuit breaker box in the basement, my footsteps echoing on the wooden stairs. I shone my phone's flashlight on the rows of switches. Every single one was firmly in the on position. None had tripped. My mouth went dry. I went back upstairs to the kitchen. I flipped the wall switch again. Nothing. I got a new light bulb from the pantry, my hands trembling so badly I almost dropped it. I climbed back onto the chair, screwed the new tube in. Hearing the plastic ends click into place, I got down, my heart in my throat, and flipped the switch. Light. Bright, steady, normal light flooded the kitchen. I stood there, bathed in that artificial glow, and looked around at the table where the chair had moved. At the Alexa, silent on the counter. At the back door, locked tight. Everything was normal. Everything was exactly as it should be. But it wasn't. None of it was. The logical part of my brain was screaming about electrical faults and voice-activated devices, mishearing sounds and chairs settling and doors not being latched properly. It was all a series of coincidences, a perfect storm of grief and suggestion and old house weirdness. But I knew in a place deeper than logic that I had been talking to my grandmother. The confirmation was in the specific, intelligent responses, in the way the events lined up with her habits, in the feeling in the room, a feeling that was, for a little while, loving and familiar. And then it was gone, and the way it ended, with that sudden absolute darkness and the cold, perfectly functional bulb. That part didn't feel loving. That part felt like something else had been listening. That part felt like a door had been opened, just a crack, and something had looked in, used a voice I loved to get my attention, and then slammed it shut, leaving me alone in the sudden silence, wondering if I'd been saying hello to my grandma or goodbye to something I never should have invited in, and I still don't know. I still don't know. Story 8. I was in Australia for work, kind of a last-minute trip. I'd been there for about 3 days, staying in this budget motel in a coastal town in Queensland. The place was run down, with peeling paint and a musty smell that clung to everything. The air was thick and humid, like you were breathing through a wet cloth, and the constant sound of waves crashing nearby should have been relaxing, but it just made me feel on edge. I remember waking up that morning feeling off, like there was a weight on my chest. I'd had a rough night, dreams flickering in and out, nothing clear, just shadows and whispers, but I shrugged it off, got dressed, and headed out to grab some coffee from a nearby cafe. The town was quiet, almost too quiet for a place near the beach. There were a few locals around, but no one really made eye contact. I found a cafe with a faded sign that said, "Ocean Breeze," and I ordered a black coffee. As I sat there, sipping it and trying to shake the grogginess, my mind drifted back to the dreams I'd been having lately, not just the predictive ones, but stranger stuff. Like a dream where I was standing in front of a door that led to this glass computer, and inside it were all these lives flashing by. I saw my brother and me in what looked like past lives, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, and then this thing, like a fish-like person floating in a dark, endless ocean. It was vivid, the kind of dream that sticks with you because it feels so real. But that morning, I pushed it aside, thinking I was just stressed from traveling. I spent the day wandering around, trying to kill time before my meetings. I walked along the beach, the sand hot under my feet, and the sun beating down made me sweat through my shirt. I remember noticing this old building near the shore, boarded up and covered in graffiti. There was a sign on it, but the letters were faded, and I couldn't make out what it said. It gave me a weird feeling, like a chill running down my spine. Even in the heat, I didn't think much of it then, just figured it was the isolation getting to me. As the day went on, that uneasy feeling grew. I kept catching glimpses of things out of the corner of my eye, shadows moving where there shouldn't be any, or hearing whispers in the wind. I tried to tell myself it was just the lack of sleep or the strange environment, but deep down, I knew it was more. I've always been pretty grounded, not the type to believe in ghosts or premonitions, but those dreams had planted a seed of doubt. What if they weren't just dreams? What if they were warnings? By evening, I was back in my motel room. It was small and cramped, with a single bed, a dusty TV, and a window that looked out onto a dimly lit parking lot. The air conditioner was broken, so I had the window open, letting in the humid night air and the sound of crickets. I tried to watch some TV to distract myself, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept circling back to that building with the faded sign and the dreams I'd been having. I felt a knot tightening in my stomach, like something bad was about to happen. I must have fallen asleep around 11 o'clock, because the next thing I knew, I was in the dream. And this one was different. It was so vivid, so intense, that it didn't feel like a dream at all. It felt like I was there, living it. I was standing in front of that same old building I'd seen earlier, but in the dream, it wasn't boarded up. It was whole, with the sign clear as day. The word on it was eternity, written in bold black letters. I remember staring at it, feeling a sense of dread wash over me. Then, out of nowhere, this man appeared. He was dressed all in white, a crisp, clean suit that seemed to glow in the dim light. His face was calm, almost blank, but his eyes, they were deep and empty. Like pools of darkness, he didn't move toward me. He just stood there, watching me. My heart started pounding, hard and fast, like it was trying to escape my chest. I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. The air around us grew cold, biting into my skin, even though I was only wearing a t-shirt and shorts in real life. Then he spoke, and his voice was soft, but carried this weight that made my blood run cold. "If you stay here, you will die," he said. No emotion, just a flat statement, like he was telling me the weather. I tried to ask him what he meant, who he was, but no words came out. My throat was tight, constricted with fear. He just kept staring at me, and then the scene shifted. I was no longer in front of the building, I was inside it. The room was dark, except for this glass computer I'd seen in my other dreams. It was massive, towering over me, and inside it, I could see lives playing out like scenes from a movie I saw my brother and me, but we were different, dressed in clothes from another time, living lives I didn't recognize. And then, in the corner of the computer, there was that fish-like person again, swimming in a dark, endless ocean. Its eyes were human, but its body was scaled and twisted, and it looked sad, terrified, like it was trapped. The man in white was still there, standing beside the computer. He pointed at the fish-like creature and then back at me. "You see?" he said, and his voice echoed in the emptiness. "It's all connected, your lives past and present. But if you stay, it ends here." I woke up, gasping, drenched in sweat. The room was dark, and for a few seconds I didn't know where I was. My heart was racing so fast I thought I might have a heart attack. I could still feel the cold from the dream, like it had followed me into reality. I sat up, clutching my chest, and looked around the room. Everything was quiet, too quiet. The crickets had stopped chirping, and the only sound was the frantic beating of my own heart. I fumbled for the lamp on the bedside table, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn it on. The light flooded the room, but it didn't chase away the fear. I kept expecting to see the man in white standing in the corner, but the room was empty. Still, the feeling of dread was overwhelming. I knew with every fiber of my being that I had to get out of there. The dream felt like a warning, a real one, not just some nightmare. I scrambled out of bed, my legs wobbly, and started packing my bags. I didn't care about the time or that I had meetings the next day. All I could think about was that man's words. "If you stay here, you will die." I threw my clothes into my suitcase, not bothering to fold them, and grabbed my phone and wallet. My hands were trembling so much I dropped my keys twice before I could get them into my pocket. I rushed out of the room, not even bothering to check out properly. The motel parking lot was deserted. lit by a single flickering street lamp. The air was still humid, but now it felt heavy, oppressive. I got into my rental car. My breath coming in short, ragged gasps, I started the engine and pulled out onto the road, driving aimlessly at first, just wanting to put distance between me and that motel. As I drove, the dream kept replaying in my mind. The man in white, the building with the eternity sign, the glass computer with those lives flashing by, and that fish-like person. Why did it keep appearing? What did it mean? I've always been skeptical about this stuff, but in that moment, I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. The predictive dreams from before made sense in a weird way, but this was something else. It felt like I was being shown a truth I wasn't supposed to see, and it terrified me. I drove for what felt like hours, eventually finding a bus station in a bigger town. I parked the car, left the keys in it. I didn't care about the rental anymore, and bought a ticket for the first bus out, which was headed to Sydney. I didn't know where I was going, just that I needed to be away from that place. Sitting on the bus, watching the sun start to rise, I felt a slight sense of relief. But the fear was still there, gnawing at me. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the man in white following me. The other passengers were mostly asleep or staring out the windows, oblivious to my panic. I tried to calm down, telling myself it was just a dream, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more, that I had narrowly avoided something terrible. I never went back to that town. I cut my trip short and flew home a few days later. Since then, I've had a few more of those predictive dreams, but nothing as intense as that night. The memory of it still haunts me, though. Sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I'll get this chill, and I'll remember the man in white and his warning. I don't know who or what he was. Some kind of entity, a messenger, or just a figment of my imagination. But it felt real. So real that I can still feel the cold of that dream and see the emptiness in his eyes and that fish-like person in the dark ocean. I have no idea what that was about. Maybe it's a symbol for something, or maybe it's another life, another version of me trapped somewhere I don't know. All I know is that ever since that day, I've been afraid to sleep, afraid of what I might dream. Because what if the next one comes true too? What if it's another warning and I'm not fast enough to escape? I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but they just say it's stress or sleep paralysis. Maybe it is. But deep down, I can't shake the feeling that there's something more to it, something I'm not meant to understand. And that uncertainty, that lingering fear, is what stays with me even now. Story 9. This one particular Saturday, my parents were going to some charity dinner. My older sister, who was 14 and mostly ignored me, was there, but our main babysitter was a woman named Catherine. Catherine was nice. She was in her early 20s, a student at the college nearby, and she always brought these weird herbal teas that smelled like dirt and flowers. She'd sit with her book, and I'd mostly be left to my own devices, which was fine by me. My big project that weekend was a puppet show. I'd built this little stage out of a cardboard box, with a curtain made from one of my mom's old scarves. My puppets were a mismatched bunch, a sock with button eyes, a dinosaur action figure, and a weird wooden marionette my grandma had given me that was frankly a little creepy, but it was the star of the show. I'd been planning the performance all week. It was going to be an epic adventure, obviously. It was getting late, maybe 7 or 8 in the evening. The sun had gone down, and the big old house was full of these long, deep shadows. The lights in our apartment were these old fixtures that never really made things bright, just kind of pushed the darkness back a little. I was in the living room, setting up my stage on the big oak coffee table. My sister was sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through something on her phone, and Catherine was in my dad's armchair, sipping her tea and reading. I was just about to start the show. I'd made my sister and Catherine promise to watch. I cleared my throat, all official, and was introducing the first character when we all heard it, footsteps on the stairs. Not the quick, light steps of someone running up. These were slow, heavy, deliberate. Thump, pause, thump, pause, thump. The staircase was right outside our apartment door, this grand, sweeping thing that went up to the other apartments and then further up, I guess, to parts of the house that were closed off. It was always drafty on that landing, a constant chill that seeped under the door. We all froze. My sister lowered her phone. Catherine looked up from her book, her forehead wrinkled. "Is someone coming down?" my sister asked, her voice a little quiet. Catherine shook her head. "I didn't hear anyone go up. We were the only ones on the ground floor that weekend. The neighbors above us were away. The footsteps kept going. Thump, pause, thump. They weren't getting closer or farther away. It sounded like someone was just walking on the same step, over and over. 'Hello?' Catherine called out, her voice a bit shaky. She stood up and went to our front door. It was one of those heavy, solid wood doors with a big, old-fashioned brass knob. She put her hand on it, but didn't open it. 'Is someone there?' The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow louder and heavier than the noise had been. It was a thick, waiting silence. My sister had sat up on the sofa, pulling her knees to her chest. I just stood there behind my puppet stage, my dinosaur puppet dangling from my hand. "Probably just the house settling," Catherine said, but she didn't sound like she believed it. Her face had gone a little pale. She leaned her head close to the door, listening. I held my breath, listening too. Nothing. After a minute, she turned back to us, forcing a smile. "It's an old house. It makes noises. Go on, kiddo, start your show." I tried to shake it off. I was 7. Weird noises were just weird noises. I took a deep breath and got back into character. I moved the marionette onto the stage, and so the brave knight entered the dark forest. I started, doing my best deep voice. That's when it happened. There was no warning, no build-up 1 second. The room was still and quiet. Just the sound of my voice and the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. The next second, a gust of wind, a real, physical force, exploded into the room. It wasn't from the door. The door was shut. It wasn't from the windows. They were all closed and locked, the heavy velvet curtains hanging still. This wind came from inside the room itself, from the center of it, like a bubble of pressure had just popped. It was ice cold, a deep, unnatural chill that went right through my pajamas and settled into my bones. The force of it hit my puppet stage dead on. The cardboard box, which was pretty sturdy, didn't just tip over. It was lifted for a split second and then thrown backwards off the coffee table. It smashed against the leg of the sofa, collapsing in on itself. The scarf curtain fluttered to the floor. My puppets went flying. The sock puppet landed by the fireplace. The dinosaur skittered under the armchair. The wooden marionette, the creepy one, spun through the air in a tangle of its own strings and landed right at my feet, its painted eyes staring up at me. The gust was gone as suddenly as it had arrived. The air was still again, but the cold remained. The room felt like a freezer. For a moment, nobody moved. Nobody made a sound. Then my sister let out a small, choked gasp. Catherine was staring at the wreckage of my stage, her mouth hanging open. Her book had slipped from her lap and lay splayed on the floor. Her cup of tea was on the small table next to her chair, and I could see the surface of the liquid still rippling, little waves sloshing against the side of the mug. My heart was hammering in my chest so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands were trembling. This wasn't a weird noise. This was something you could feel, something that had acted. "What was that?" my sister whispered, her voice tight with fear. She was looking at Catherine, her eyes wide. Catherine didn't answer. She slowly stood up, her movement stiff. She walked over to the nearest window and put her hand flat against the glass. It was cold from the night outside, but it was solid, sealed. She checked the lock. It was fastened. She went to the other window and did the same thing. Then she looked at the front door. It was still shut. The deadbolt turned. There was no source for that wind. None. She came back to the center of the room and just stood there, looking down at the destroyed puppet stage and my scattered toys. Her face was a mask of confusion and a dawning, deep fear. She wrapped her arms around herself. "It's cold," she said, and her breath misted faintly in the air. In the living room, in early autumn, that's when the real gut-twisting terror started to set in for me. The initial shock was wearing off, and this slow, creeping dread was taking its place. The room wasn't just chilly. It was unnaturally cold, the kind of cold that feels wrong indoors, that feels like it's coming from a place that has no sun. I bent down to pick up my marionette. The wood was ice cold to the touch, as if it had been left outside in the snow all night. I dropped it again, my fingers stinging. Maybe a pressure change, Catherine said, but she was just talking to herself, trying to find a reason where there wasn't one. Her voice was thin, or a draft from the chimney. The fireplace was clean, swept out for the summer, the flue closed. There were no drafts in that room. We all knew it. We didn't say much after that, we just stayed put. My sister turned on the television, some loud game show, but we weren't really watching it. We were just using the noise to try and fill up the silence, to cover the sound of our own nervous breathing. Catherine picked up her book, but didn't turn a page for the next hour. She just held it, her knuckles white. I gathered my puppets and the crushed box and put them in the corner, not wanting to look at them. The memory of that cold gust was like a brand on my mind. I kept replaying it, the way the box didn't fall, but was thrown. The way the air had felt so violently alive for that 1 second, every little sound, the house made after that, the hum of the fridge cycling off, the groan of a pipe in the wall, made us jump. We were all on edge, wired and waiting for something else to happen. The normal, friendly creaks of the old mansion had turned sinister. Every noise was a potential footstep. Every shift in the shadows was a movement caught from the corner of your eye. My parents came home around 11. The moment we heard their car pull into the driveway, it was like a spell was broken. The three of us, who had been sitting in near silence for hours, all seemed to let out a collective breath we'd been holding. Catherine got up quickly to unlock the door before they even got to it. My mom came in first, smiling, asking how our night was. She stopped just inside the doorway. "Whoa, it's freezing in here. Did you guys have a window open?" Catherine, my sister, and I just looked at each other. What were we supposed to say? A ghost wind blew up from the middle of the floor and wrecked the puppet show. It sounded insane, even to me, and I'd lived through it. "The heat must be acting up," my dad said, rubbing his hands together. He went over to the thermostat on the wall and fiddled with it. Catherine packed up her stuff quickly, barely making eye contact with my parents. She gave me a tight, worried smile and a quick pat on the head before she almost fled out the door. My sister went straight to her room without a word. I tried to tell my mum, in my 7-year-old way, what had happened. I talked about the footsteps and the wind. She listened, nodding, and then gave me a hug. "It's a very old, noisy house, sweetie. Your imagination was probably just running wild, and it is awfully drafty." But it wasn't my imagination. Catherine and my sister had heard it too. They had felt that cold. They had seen the stage get thrown. I knew the difference between a make-believe story and something that actually physically happens right in front of you. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jolt awake, thinking I heard those heavy, slow footsteps on the stairs outside, or feeling that phantom ice-cold gust on my face. I buried myself under my blankets, trying to get warm, but the chill felt like it had gotten inside me. We moved out of that mansion a year later. When my dad got a new job, I never found out if anyone else in the building ever experienced anything like that. I never asked. To this day, more than 2 decades later, I can still feel that exact, specific cold, I can see the cardboard box lifting into the air, not falling, but being pushed. I can feel the icy wood of that marionette in my hand. There was no explanation. No man in a mask, no prank, no logical reason for a burst of wind to come from nowhere in a sealed room and target a child's puppet show. It was just a thing that happened one ordinary evening, a violation of the rules of how the world is supposed to work, and then it was over. It never happened again. But it was real, and sometimes that's the most terrifying part of all. You can't explain it away. You just have to live with the fact that it happened and that you have absolutely no idea why the footsteps on the stairs, the frozen air, the puppet stage flying apart. It just happened, and then it stopped, and I've never been able to make sense of it. Story 10. I was 19 years old, working a part-time job at a grocery store to save up for community college. And that day had been just like any other Tuesday. I clocked out around 5 in the evening, tired and ready to get home, maybe heat up some leftovers and zone out in front of the TV. My car was this beat-up old sedan, nothing fancy, but it got me where I needed to go. I remember the sky was starting to get that late afternoon haze, not quite dark, but losing the brightness, and the air had that chill that makes you want to hurry inside. I pulled out of the parking lot and onto the main road, heading toward the suburbs where I lived with my parents. Traffic was light, just the usual commuters, and I had my music on low, not really paying much attention. About 10 minutes into the drive, I noticed a blue car in my rearview mirror. It was one of those compact models, maybe a Honda or something, a dull shade of blue that looked faded in the fading light. At first, I didn't think anything of it, just another car on the road. But after a couple of turns, it was still there, hanging back a bit but keeping pace. I started to feel a little uneasy, like that prickling sensation on the back of your neck when you know you're being watched. I told myself I was being paranoid. I'd watched too many true crime shows or something, so I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road ahead. I took my usual route, turning left onto Maple Avenue, a quiet street lined with houses and big trees. The blue car turned with me. Okay, maybe they lived around here too. But then I made another turn onto a smaller side street, and it followed again, this time staying closer, almost tailgating me. My heart started to beat faster. I could feel it thumping in my chest, and my hands tightened on the steering wheel. I remember my palms getting sweaty, making the wheels slick. I glanced in the rearview mirror again, trying to get a better look at the driver. But the sun was hitting the windshield at an angle, and all I could see was a silhouette. No clear features, just a dark shape. That's when the fear really set in. This wasn't a coincidence anymore. I decided to test it. Instead of going straight like I normally would, I signaled and turned right onto a dead-end street I knew was up ahead. It was a stupid move, because if they were following me, I'd be trapping myself. But I had to know. Sure enough, the blue car turned right behind me, not even hesitating. My stomach dropped. I could feel the blood drain from my face, and my breathing got shallow. I was alone in the car, no one to call for help, and my phone was in my bag on the passenger seat. Out of reach, I sped up, my foot pressing harder on the gas pedal. The engine whined a little. My car wasn't built for speed, but I pushed it. The blue car sped up too, matching my pace. We were on this narrow road now, with houses on either side, but no one was outside. It was that time of day when people are inside having dinner or watching the news, and the streets are empty. I felt isolated, like I was in some bubble of terror. I started driving erratically, not sure what else to do. I swerved into the other lane for a second, then back, hoping to shake them off. They stayed right on my tail. I took a sharp left without signaling, onto a street I didn't recognize, my mind racing. I was trying to remember the layout of the suburbs, but panic was clouding my thoughts. Every time I glanced in the mirror, that blue car was there, its headlights now on, casting an eerie glow in the dim light. My hands were shaking so bad I had to grip the wheel tighter to keep from veering off. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, a loud, frantic rhythm. I thought about pulling over, but what if they stopped too? What if they got out? My mind went to the worst places: abduction, harm, all those stories you hear about people being followed home. I was just a kid, really 19 and not exactly street smart. I'd never been in a situation like this before. I remembered that my friend lived a few neighborhoods over, in an area I knew pretty well. Maybe I could lose them and head there. It was a long shot, but it was better than leading them to my own house. So I started taking random turns, left and right, speeding through stop signs when I could, not caring about the rules anymore. The blue car stuck with me, sometimes falling back a little when I accelerated, but always catching up. It was like they knew exactly what I was going to do. At one point, I ran a red light. I'm not proud of it, but I was desperate. I saw the light turn yellow, then red, and I just gunned it. The blue car ran it too, right behind me. That's when I knew this was serious. They weren't just some random driver. They were intentionally following me. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body, and my shirt was sticking to my back. The air in the car felt thick, hard to breathe. I started talking to myself, muttering things like, come on, lose them." My voice was shaky. Barely a whisper, I kept checking the mirrors, my eyes darting back and forth between the road and that blue car. The suburbs were a maze of similar-looking streets, and I was getting disoriented. I passed a park I recognized, and that gave me a bearings. My friend's house was about 5 minutes away, if I could just shake them. I decided to try something risky. I slowed down suddenly, like I was pulling over, and the blue car slowed too, keeping a distance. Then at the last second, I slammed on the gas and swerved onto a side street. Cutting through a parking lot behind a strip mall, I heard the tires screech, and my car shuddered, but I didn't care. I glanced back. The blue car was still there, but they'd hesitated for a second, giving me a tiny lead. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through me, making my limbs feel jittery. I took another turn, then another, weaving through residential streets. I was driving way too fast for a neighborhood, but I didn't see any other cars or people. It was like the whole world had emptied out, leaving me alone with this predator. Finally, I spotted the street where my friend lived, Oak Lane. I knew it well because I'd been there dozens of times. I made a sharp right onto it, my tires squealing, and floored it down the block. The blue car was still behind me, but I had a plan now. My friend's house was at the end of the street, a 2-story with a big driveway. I raced toward it, my eyes fixed on the house number. As I got closer, I saw lights on inside. Thank God someone was home. I didn't even bother parking properly. I just swerved into the driveway, jerking to a stop so hard that my seatbelt locked and dug into my shoulder. I fumbled for my bag, grabbed my phone, and jumped out of the car, not even turning it off. I ran to the front door, my legs feeling like jelly, and pounded on it with both fists. I was breathing so hard I could barely speak. I kept looking back at the street, expecting to see the blue car pull up, but it didn't. It was gone. Just like that. I stood there shaking, my whole body trembling. The door opened and my friend was there, looking confused. I stumbled inside, babbling about being followed, and he helped me to the couch. We looked out the window, but the street was empty. No blue car, no sign of anything. I sat there for what felt like hours, trying to calm down, but the fear was still there like a ghost hanging over me. I never saw that car again, and I never found out who was in it or why they were following me. To this day, I can't explain it, and sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I still get that same chill down my spine. Story 11. I still don't like talking about this, but it's been eating at me for years, and I guess writing it down might help, or maybe it'll just make it worse. I don't know. But here goes. We moved to this new country about a month before everything went sideways. My parents had jobs lined up, and they found this old house to rent because it was cheap and big enough for all of us. From the outside, it looked kind of charming, like something out of an old postcard with peeling white paint and a big porch that creaked every time you stepped on it. But inside, it felt different right away. Not in a dramatic way, just this low hum of wrongness that I couldn't shake. The air always smelled a little damp, like wet wood and dust, and no matter how many windows we opened, it never really felt fresh. The first few weeks were okay, just the usual stress of settling in. My brother and I shared a room upstairs, and my parents had the master bedroom down the hall. But then things started getting weird. It began with the cold spots. I'd be walking from the kitchen to the living room, and suddenly there'd be this patch of air so cold, it made the hairs on my arms stand up. It wasn't like a draft from a window. It was localized, like someone had left an invisible freezer door open. I mentioned it to my mom once, and she just shrugged it off, saying old houses have quirks. But I could tell she felt it too, because she started wearing a sweater around the house even when it was warm outside. Then there was the pearly dust. I noticed it one morning on the banister of the staircase, this fine, shimmering powder that looked almost like crushed pearls. At first, I thought it was just dust motes in the sunlight, but when I wiped it away, it came back the next day. And not just on the banister. I'd find it on tabletops, on the floor in the hallway, even on my bedsheets sometimes. It didn't feel gritty like normal dust. It was smooth and cool to the touch, and it seemed to glow faintly in the dark. I tried to show my dad, but he was always busy with work, and said it was probably just pollen or something from the trees outside. But there weren't any pearly trees around, just oaks and pines. Tensions in the house started rising. My parents argued more over stupid things like who forgot to take out the trash or why the Wi-Fi was so slow. My brother, who's usually pretty laid back, became jumpy and irritable. He'd snap at me for no reason, and once I caught him staring at the hallway like he'd seen a ghost. When I asked him what was wrong, he just shook his head and walked away. I felt it too, this constant low-level anxiety that made it hard to sleep. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I'd heard footsteps in the hall, but when I checked, there was never anyone there. The day it all came to a head was a Saturday, I remember, because we didn't have school, and my parents were both home, trying to unpack some boxes we'd left in the garage. The weather was overcast, with a grey sky that made the house feel even gloomier. I spent most of the morning in my room, reading a book and trying to ignore the chill that seemed to seep under the door. Around lunchtime, I went downstairs to get something to eat. The kitchen was quiet, and I could hear my mom and dad talking in low voices in the living room. They sounded stressed, but I didn't think much of it at the time. After lunch, I decided to go back upstairs. The hallway on the second floor was always dark, even during the day, because the only window was at the far end and covered with a thick curtain. As I walked down it, I felt that familiar cold spot right in the middle. I paused, rubbing my arms, and that's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, maybe a shadow from the curtain moving, but then it took shape. It was a fog-like human arm, just hanging in the air about waist-high, like someone was walking briskly past. It wasn't solid. It was wispy and translucent, the color of smoke, but with a pearly sheen that reminded me of that dust. It moved smoothly, swinging in a natural gait, as if attached to a body I couldn't see. The sight froze me in place. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and a genuine shiver ran down my spine, cold and sharp, like ice water had been poured down my back. I couldn't move. I just stood there watching as the arm glided down the hallway and disappeared around the corner toward my parents' room. The whole thing lasted maybe 3 or 4 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. My breath caught in my chest, and I had to lean against the wall to steady myself. The air around me felt even colder now, and I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. I remember thinking, this isn't real, this can't be real. But the fear was so visceral, so physical, that I knew it was. After a minute, I forced myself to walk to the end of the hallway and peek around the corner. There was nothing there, just the empty corridor and the closed door to my parents' room. But the cold spot was still there, lingering like a stain in the air. I hurried back to my room and shut the door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. I sat on my bed, hugging my knees, and tried to calm down. But the image of that arm was burned into my mind, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw it moving smooth and relentless. A few hours later, my mum came to check on me. She must have seen how pale I was, because she sat down next to me and asked what was wrong. I didn't want to tell her. I thought she'd think I was crazy. But the words just tumbled out. I described the arm, the cold, the pearly dust, everything. To my surprise, she didn't laugh or dismiss me. Her face went tight, and she looked down at her hands. Then she told me that she'd been having nightmares for weeks, vivid dreams, where she'd see the same arm reaching for her in the dark. She said she woke up sweating and terrified, but she didn't want to scare us, so she kept it to herself. Later that evening, we all gathered in the living room. My dad was quiet at first, but when my brother mentioned that he'd seen something similar, a fog-like shape in the hallway that moved like a person, my dad finally spoke up. He admitted that he'd felt the cold spots too, and once, when he was working late, he saw the arm out of the corner of his eye. He said he thought it was stress from the move, but now he wasn't so sure. We all just sat there, staring at each other, and I felt this weird mix of relief and terror. Relief that I wasn't going crazy, but terror because if we were all seeing it, then it was real. We decided that night that we had to get out. My parents started looking for a new place the next day, and within a week, we moved into a small apartment across town. The relief was immediate. No more cold spots, no more pearly dust, no more nightmares. But that memory, that single day when I saw the arm, has stayed with me. I still get chills thinking about it, and sometimes when I'm in a dark hallway, I catch myself holding my breath, waiting for something to move. I don't know what it was. A ghost, a hallucination, something else, and I probably never will. But it happened, and to this day, I can't explain it. Story 12. I still get this cold feeling in my stomach whenever I think about that day in Pont Leon. It wasn't just any day. It was the day everything went from weird to straight up terrifying, and I've never been able to shake it off. We'd been living in that old foreclosed house for about 3 months by then, and honestly, I wish we'd never set foot in the place. It used to be a preacher's parsonage, which sounds kind of holy or safe, but it was anything but. From the moment we moved in, there was this heavy, hostile vibe hanging in the air, like the walls themselves were judging us. That morning started out normal enough, if you can call anything in that house normal. I woke up around 7 o'clock, the sun barely peeking through the dusty windows of my room. The house always had this smell, like old wood and something else. Something sour, like mildew mixed with regret. I remember stretching and feeling the usual ache in my bones from sleeping on a mattress we'd dragged in from the curb. We didn't have much money, so most of our stuff was second-hand, and the house itself was falling apart. Paint was peeling off the walls in big curls, and the floors creaked with every step, but not in a friendly way. It was more like they were groaning under the weight of something we couldn't see. I got out of bed and headed to the kitchen, where my mum was already making coffee. She looked tired, her eyes all puffy, and she didn't say much. We'd all been on edge since we moved in, but that day felt different. The air was thicker, harder to breathe, and there was this silence that wasn't really silent. You know how sometimes a room can be quiet but still feel loud? That's how it was, like something was waiting. I poured myself a bowl of cereal and sat at the rickety table. My sister was still asleep, and I was glad for that. She's younger than me, and the weird stuff in the house seemed to affect her more. She'd wake up crying some nights, saying she heard someone walking around her room, but when we checked, there was never anyone there. I tried to brush it off, tell her it was just the house settling, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. After breakfast, I decided to go out back to get some air. The backyard was overgrown with weeds and had this big oak tree that cast shadows everywhere. It should have been peaceful, but it never was. There was always this feeling of being watched, like eyes were on you from the trees or the windows of the house. I stood there for a minute, just breathing, when I heard it. The voice. It was a man's voice, clear as day, saying, "Hey!" Not loud, not angry, just this flat, simple word that cut through the quiet. I spun around, thinking maybe it was my dad or a neighbor, but no one was there. The yard was empty, and the house behind me was silent. My heart started pounding, and I felt this rush of cold sweat on my back. This wasn't the first time I'd heard it over the past few weeks. That voice had become a regular thing. Sometimes it was just, "Hey!" Other times it was footsteps, heavy ones like boots on the floorboards, pacing up and down the hall at night. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then my sister heard it too, and my mom admitted she'd felt something hostile in the air, like the house didn't want us there. I went back inside, my hands shaking a little. My mom asked if I was okay, and I just nodded, not wanting to scare her. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was building up. See, I'd been messing around with the occult around that time. I know it sounds stupid, but I was curious. I'd found some old books in the basement, left behind by the previous owners, I guess, about spirits and how to contact them. I started reading them, trying to understand what was happening in the house. Maybe I thought if I could communicate with whatever was there, I could make it stop. But instead, things got worse. Doors would slam shut on their own. Objects would move when no one was looking, and that hostile feeling intensified, like the air was charged with anger. That afternoon, I was in my room, flipping through one of those books. It was around 2 o'clock and the sun was high, but my room felt dark and cold. I remember reading about shadow people, entities that are just dark masses, silent and fast. It gave me chills, but I kept reading, almost like I was tempting fate. My sister came in then, her face pale. She said she'd heard the footsteps again, closer this time, like they were right outside her door. I tried to reassure her, but my voice came out shaky. We decided to stay together for a while, just sitting in the living room. The TV was on, but we weren't really watching it. Every little noise made us jump. The fridge humming, the wind outside, anything. I kept feeling this pressure in my chest, like I couldn't take a full breath. My sister was huddled next to me on the couch, her eyes wide, and I could tell she was scared too. That's when I noticed the temperature dropping. It was the middle of summer, but the room felt like winter, and I saw our breath misting in the air. My mom came in and felt it too. She wrapped a blanket around herself and said we should maybe go for a drive, get out of the house for a bit. But we didn't. I don't know why. Maybe we were too paralyzed by fear, or maybe something was holding us there. Around 4 o'clock, my sister said she wanted to go outside again to the backyard. She said she needed to feel the sun, to get away from the cold inside. I agreed to go with her, thinking it might be safer than staying in. Big mistake. We stepped out into the backyard, and at first it seemed okay. The sun was still up, casting long shadows from the oak tree, but it felt warmer than inside. We walked over to the far corner near the fence, where some wildflowers were growing. My sister bent down to look at them, and I stood a few feet away, keeping an eye on the house. That's when I saw it, a movement in the shadows under the tree. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, but then it solidified into this dark mass, like a person-shaped hole in the world. It was completely black, no features, no sound, just this silent, shifting thing. My breath caught in my throat, and I tried to call out to my sister, but no words came. She must have sensed something, because she turned around and her face went white. Her eyes widened, and she let out this tiny gasp. Then the shadow started moving toward her. Not walking, not running. It was like it glided soundlessly, but with this incredible speed, It didn't make a noise, not a rustle or a footstep, just this utter silence that made it even more terrifying. I could see it rushing at her, this black mass that seemed to suck the light out of the air around it. My sister froze, her body rigid with fear. I could feel her terror from where I was standing. It was like a physical force hitting me. She later told me that in that moment, all she could think was that it was going to consume her, that it was pure evil, and the fear was so immense it felt like her heart would stop. I started running toward her, my legs feeling like lead, but it was too fast. The shadow was almost on her, and I could see it enveloping the space around her like it was reaching out. Then, just as it was about to touch her, it stopped. Not faded, not vanished. It just stopped moving, hovering there for a second, and then it was gone like it had never been there at all. The backyard was quiet again, the sun still shining, but the air felt charged, electric. My sister collapsed to the ground, sobbing, and I rushed over to her. My own heart hammering in my chest, I helped her up, and we stumbled back into the house, both of us shaking uncontrollably. We told our parents what happened, and that was the final straw. Within a week, we started packing up, and not long after we left for good. The house fell into even worse disrepair, but I've always wondered if we brought something with us. Sometimes in the dark, I still feel that hostility, like a shadow clinging to me, and I can't help but think it never really left. Story 13. And the sweat was pooling in the small of my back, the kind of sticky, uncomfortable heat that comes from being sealed inside a Tyvek suit for hours. It was my first day as crew leader, and the promotion felt less like an honor and more like a curse. The call was for an elderly woman, lived alone, found after a few weeks. You never get used to the smell, not really. It gets in your clothes, your hair, your pores, no matter how much gear you wear. It's a thick, sweet, rotting smell that coats the back of your throat. Her house was a little bungalow on a quiet street, the kind of place with overgrown rose bushes and a rusting mailbox. The inside was a time capsule, doilies on every surface, porcelain figurines of shepherds and shepherdesses, stacks of yellowing newspapers dating back 20 years. The air was thick and still. We found her in the basement, sitting in an old floral patterned armchair. She was just there, sunken into the fabric, almost a part of the chair itself. My job was to bag the chair. It's a grim process. You have to get these thick, industrial-grade plastic bags around the whole thing, chair and all, and seal it tight before moving it. The rest of the team, Mike and a new guy named Leo, were starting on the carpet. The basement was a concrete box, dimly lit by a single bare bulb, with shelves full of canning jars and old tools. I was wrestling with the bag, trying to get it positioned under the chair legs when it happened. I hadn't touched the chair itself yet, just the bag, and the chair rocked, just once. A gentle forward and back motion, like someone had just gotten up from it. I froze. My heart did this stupid little flip-flop in my chest. It was an old house, settling, had to be. The floor wasn't perfectly level. I told myself that, repeated it in my head like a mantra. Settling, uneven floor. I was sweating even more now, but a cold sweat, the kind that makes your skin prickle. I took a breath, the sound loud and hollow inside my respirator, and went back to work. I got my hands on the sides of the chair, ready to tilt it. That's when we all heard it. A wet, gurgling cough. It didn't come from any one direction. It was just in the room with us. It was the kind of sound a body makes when it's full of fluid, a horrible drowning noise. For a second, nobody moved. We were all just statues in our white suits. Then Leo, the new guy, let out a strangled yelp and pointed a trembling glove at one of the shelves. A fine layer of dust, undisturbed for probably decades, was shifting. It wasn't falling. It was moving sideways, like an invisible finger was being drawn through it, leaving a clean, dark line on the wood. That was it for them. Mike and Leo didn't say a word. They just dropped their scrapers and bolted for the stairs. I heard their boots pounding up the steps, the basement door slamming shut. I was left alone, with the chair, with the smell, and with a silence that felt heavier than before, a listening silence. I should have run too. Any sane person would have. But I was the crew leader. I had a job to do. My legs felt like wet sandbags, but I made them move. I finished bagging the chair, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get the zip tie closed. The whole time my skin was crawling, the hair on my arms standing up straight. I kept expecting to feel a hand on my shoulder or to hear that cough right behind my head. We finished the job that day, but it was a quiet, tense affair. Nobody talked about what happened. We just worked, avoiding each other's eyes. It's what you do in this line of work. You rationalize. You blame the wind, the pipes, your own tired mind. You have to, or you'd never step foot in another house again. That night, all three of us had the same dream. It wasn't a normal dream. It was vivid, more like a memory being played back. I was back in that basement, but it was clean, the way it might have been when she was alive. The old woman was there, not in the chair, but standing near it. She looked sad, not scary. She was wearing a simple house dress, and she was pointing at all her things, the jars, the tools, the furniture. She didn't speak, but the meaning was clear in my head, a desperate, pleading thought that wasn't my own. Please, don't throw my things away. They're all I have. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs. I called Mike first thing in the morning before I even had coffee. He answered on the first ring, his voice rough with sleep. "The dream?" was all he said. I just grunted in response. Leo called me 10 minutes later, almost in tears, asking if we were cursed. We told him it was stress, shared trauma, a weird psychological thing from the job. We had to believe that. A few weeks later, we got a call for a suicide. A man in his garage. Those are always bad. This one was particularly messy. The garage was detached from the house, a dark, cluttered space that smelled of gasoline and cut grass. We were almost done, just doing the final wipe down. The lights were a couple of hanging fluorescent bulbs. They went out, not a flicker, not a brownout. They just died, plunging the garage into near total darkness. The only light was a sliver coming under the garage door from the street lamp outside. "Power trip," Leo whispered, his voice tight. Before anyone could answer, Mike, who was standing near the workbench, screamed. Not a shout of surprise, but a raw, terrified shriek. He started thrashing, clawing at his waist. "Something's got me! It's got my leg! Get it off!" My own flashlight beam swung over to him, jerky and unsteady in my shaking hand. He was stumbling backward, his hands grappling at nothing. There was nothing there. But then I saw it. The thick, heavy-duty electrical cord that had been coiled on a hook near the ceiling was now unspooled, and the end of it was wrapped tightly around his waist, like a snake constricting. It was pulling him, dragging him towards the dark corner where the man's car was parked. We rushed over, Leo and I, grabbing onto Mike, pulling against this unseen force. It was strong, unnaturally strong. The cord was biting into the fabric of his suit. As we struggled, a box of small trinkets, nuts, bolts, washers that had been sitting on the workbench suddenly flew off, scattering across the concrete floor with a loud metallic clatter. And then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The tension on the cord vanished. Mike fell backward, landing hard on the ground, gasping for air. The lights flickered back on, buzzing to life. We just stood there, panting, staring at each other. Mike was sobbing, his whole body trembling. We looked at the cord. It was back on its hook, neatly coiled. We looked at the floor. The nuts and bolts weren't scattered. The box was back on the workbench, exactly as it had been before the lights went out. We got out of there. We didn't say a word. We just packed our stuff and left. In the truck, on the way back to the office, the silence was deafening. There was no rationalizing that one, no blaming the wind. The worst one, the one that still haunts me when I'm trying to fall asleep, was the house on Mason Street. It was an eviction cleanup. The family had left in a hurry, leaving behind furniture, clothes, trash. The place was a wreck. From the moment we stepped inside, it felt wrong. It was cold, a deep, damp cold that our suits couldn't keep out. And there were sounds, not loud, but constant. Whispers. You could never make out the words, just a faint, sibilant hiss that seemed to come from the next room, always just out of sight. We'd see things in our peripheral vision, shadows darting across doorways, not mice, not tricks of the light. These were man-sized, moving with purpose. The whispers started to change. They became clearer, more desperate. "Help me, please, help!" It was a child's voice, I was sure of it. A little girl. We worked faster, a silent mutual agreement to get the hell out of there. We were spooked, jumping at every little noise. We filled our biohazard bins with the leftover debris of a broken family, all while this unseen, unheard tragedy played out around us. The feeling of dread was a physical weight on my chest. We finally finished, hauling the last of the bags out to the truck. I was the last one out. I did a final walkthrough, my flashlight beam cutting through the dusty, empty rooms. The house felt angry. The air was thick with resentment. I stood in the living room for a second, just looking at the emptiness, and I felt a profound, crushing sadness that wasn't my own. I turned to leave, walking down the short hallway to the front door. I was steps away from being outside, from the normalcy of the sunny street, when the front door, which I'd propped open with a cinder block, slammed shut. It didn't swing shut. It didn't close from a draft. It was like a giant had punched it. The sound was explosive, a shotgun blast of wood and metal. The whole doorframe shuddered. The cinder block was thrown back into the hallway, skidding across the floor. I stood there, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. I could see the daylight outlining the door, so close. I didn't run. I just walked slowly, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I put my hand on the doorknob. It was ice cold. I turned it. It was unlocked. I pulled the door open and stepped out into the afternoon sun, the warmth feeling alien on my suit. I never told my bosses about any of this. What would I say? They'd think I was crazy or lazy or trying to get out of the tough jobs. Mike and Leo and I, we talked about it sometimes in hushed tones after a few beers. We'd try to find reasons: carbon monoxide, infrasound, mass hysteria. We're cleanup guys. We deal in the tangible, the biological, the things you can bag and tag and dispose of. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. That force pulling Mike. The cold in that house. The way that door slammed. You can tell yourself it's trauma. You can talk about rational explanations until you're blue in the face. But it doesn't erase the memory. It doesn't stop the chill that goes down my spine when I see an empty rocking chair or when I hear a cough that sounds a little too wet. Some houses, some places, they're not just empty, they're occupied. And the things left behind there aren't all physical. Some of them remember and some of them don't want you to take their things away. The moment that is burned into my brain, the one I can't shake, wasn't the whisper or the slamming door. It was in that garage, in the split second before Mike screamed. When the lights went out and my eyes were struggling to adjust, I saw him, standing in the far corner near the old sedan. A man. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and he was wearing a red and black flannel shirt, untucked over a pair of jeans. His face was in shadow, but I could see the pattern of the flannel clearly in the dim light from under the door. He was just standing there, watching us. And then he was gone, and Mike was screaming, and the cord was around him. I never saw the flannel man move. He was just there, and then he wasn't. But the feeling he left behind, it was pure, concentrated malice. It was the feeling of being hated by something you can't see, can't fight, can't understand. We finished the job on Mason Street, we closed the ticket, and we moved on to the next one. But I never really moved on. I quit a few months later. I couldn't do it anymore. I work in an office now, in a clean, well-lit building with no history. I still startle easy. I still sleep with a light on. Because I know for a fact that we're not always just cleaning up after the dead. Sometimes we're disturbing them, and sometimes they let you know they don't appreciate it. Story 14. I still remember the day everything went from weird to downright terrifying. It was my first year of college, and I'd been living in this older dorm room since September. The place had this musty smell, like old books and dust, and the walls were this off-white color that looked yellow in certain light. But the weirdest part was the closets. They were these big sliding door closets, and each one had a full-length mirror on it. The way the room was set up, the mirrors faced each other, so when you slid them open, it created this endless reflection, like a tunnel of me, stretching on forever. It always gave me the creeps, but I tried to ignore it. After winter break, I came back to campus a few days early because I had some work to catch up on. My roommate had already moved out over the break. She'd been spooked by some stuff that happened before, and I didn't blame her, so I was alone in the room, which should have been peaceful, but it wasn't. That morning, I woke up around 7 o'clock because the sun was hitting the mirrors just right or wrong, and it was blinding me. I rolled over, groggy, and for a second, I forgot where I was. Then I saw those mirrors, and my stomach dropped. I'd started shutting them before bed every night, but sometimes I'd wake up, and one would be partly open, like someone had slid it during the night. I always chalked it up to me sleepwalking or something, but that day I knew it was different. I got out of bed, my feet cold on the linoleum floor, and I went to close them properly. As I did, I caught my reflection, and for a split second, it felt like there was someone else in there, way back in the endless copies of me. I shook it off and told myself I was just being paranoid. I made some coffee with the cheap machine I had on my desk, and that's when I noticed things weren't right. My desk was against the wall between the closets, and it was usually messy but organized. That morning, though, it was rearranged. Not just messy, like intentionally messed with. My books were stacked backwards, with the spines facing the wall so you couldn't read the titles. My medication bottles, which I keep in a little tray, were scattered across the desk, some open with pills spilled out. And the painted lighthouse my mom gave me. It's this small canvas thing, was hanging upside down on the wall above the desk. I remember just staring at it, my heart starting to beat faster. I hadn't touched any of that stuff since I got back. I'd been careful to keep things normal after what happened before break. Let me backtrack a little. After winter break, when I first returned, my desk was like that, rearranged in the same way. Books backwards, medication everywhere, lighthouse upside down. My roommate was there then, and she was as confused as I was. We asked around the floor, but no one admitted to anything. She got so freaked out that she moved out a week later. Since then, I'd been alone, and strange things kept happening. I'd feel a presence near the mirrors, like someone standing just out of sight. I'd hear the other mattress creak, the one my roommate used to sleep on, as if someone was sliding off it in the middle of the night. Lamps would turn on by themselves. I'd come back from class and find my desk lamp on, even though I knew I'd turned it off. But that day, the day I'm talking about, it all came to a head. After I saw my desk that morning, I tried to calm down. I told myself maybe I'd done it in my sleep, or maybe the cleaning staff came in. Though they never usually touch personal stuff, I spent the next couple of hours straightening up, putting the books right, picking up the pills. My hands were shaking a little, and I kept glancing at the mirrors. I had this habit of checking them with a flashlight before bed, shining it into the reflections to make sure nothing was there, but in the daylight, it felt silly. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Around 10 in the morning, I decided to do some laundry. The dorm laundry room is down the hall, so I gathered my clothes and headed out. The whole time, I felt uneasy, like I'd forgotten something important. When I came back, my room was exactly how I left it, but the air felt heavier, if that makes sense. I started folding the laundry on my bed, which is right across from those mirrors. I had music playing softly from my phone, just to fill the silence, but I could still hear every little sound. The hum of the fridge, the rustle of my clothes. That's when it happened. I was folding a shirt, just mindlessly going through the motions, when a clear thought slammed into my head. It wasn't a voice, not like hearing someone speak, but more like a sudden, intense knowing. The words were, "Behind you." And I froze, completely froze. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my hands went cold. I didn't want to turn around, but I had to. Slowly I glanced over my shoulder toward the mirrors. In the reflection I saw myself, pale and wide-eyed, and behind me the room looked normal. But for a second I thought I saw something move, a shadow maybe, or just a trick of the light. Then I realized the mirror on the left was slightly open, just a crack, and it shouldn't have been because I'd shut them both tight that morning. My breath caught, and I couldn't move. I just stood there, staring into that endless reflection, feeling like there was someone else in the room with me, someone I couldn't see. After what felt like forever, I forced myself to turn around and check the actual room. Nothing, no one there, but the feeling didn't go away. I quickly finished folding the laundry, my hands trembling, and I kept my back to the wall, away from the mirrors. For the rest of the day, I was on edge. Every little noise made me jump. I heard the mattress creak a couple of times, like someone was sitting on it. But when I looked, it was empty. Once, my desk lamp flickered on by itself, and I nearly screamed. As evening rolled around, I tried to distract myself with homework, but I couldn't focus. I kept feeling that presence like a cold spot near the mirrors. Around 8 o'clock, I decided to go to bed early, just to escape. But before I did, I made sure to shut the mirrors completely, sliding them until they clicked. I even used a chair to block one, just in case. Then I got my flashlight, a small one I keep on my nightstand, and I shone it into the cracks, checking for anything unusual. It's become a routine now, every night, but that night it felt more urgent. I lay in bed, unable to sleep, listening to every sound. The dorm was quiet, but I could hear faint noises from other rooms, laughter and music, which normally would be comforting, but that night it just made me feel more isolated. I must have drifted off eventually, because I woke up some time later. I don't know what time, but it was still dark, and the mirrors were open again. Not all the way, but enough that I could see the reflections stretching into infinity. My heart raced, and I grabbed the flashlight, shining it around. Nothing moved, but I knew I hadn't opened them myself. I got up and closed them, my hands shaking, and I spent the rest of the night with the lights on, too scared to sleep. The next morning, I felt exhausted and drained, but nothing else happened that day. It's been weeks since then, and I still have that routine. Shutting the mirrors, checking with the flashlight. I never feel safe in the dark anymore. Sometimes I think about moving out, but I don't have anywhere else to go, and part of me doesn't want to let whatever it is win. But I still can't explain any of it. Not the desk, not the sounds, not that thought in my head. It's just there, like a shadow I can't shake. Notice story 15. I was 14 years old, and it was one of those sweltering summer days where the air feels thick and heavy, like you're breathing through a wet blanket. I was staying at my grandma's apartment for the week because my parents were out of town, and she lived in this quiet, kinda run-down complex where nothing much ever happened. That day, I was bored out of my mind, just lying on the couch in the living room, feeling the sweat stick my t-shirt to my back. The TV was on, but it was all reruns and dumb talk shows, and I kept thinking about how thirsty I was. Grandma was napping in her room, and the apartment was so still and hot that I decided I needed to do something, anything to break the monotony. There was a soda machine in the laundry room at the end of the building. I'd been there a bunch of times before. It was just a short walk down the sidewalk, past a few other apartments and a small patch of grass that always looked brown and dead. I remember digging through my pockets and finding a couple of crumpled dollar bills, enough for a can of Coke, and slipping on my flip-flops. The floor was cool under my feet, and I could hear the hum of the air conditioner struggling against the heat. I didn't think twice about going out. It was the middle of the afternoon, and the complex was usually safe, or at least that's what I'd always thought. I stepped outside, and the heat hit me like a wall. The sun was blazing overhead, making the pavement shimmer, and I could smell that mix of hot asphalt and cut grass that always reminds me of summer. I started walking, my flip-flops slapping against the concrete, and I remember feeling a little lazy, taking my time. The laundry room was in a separate little building, set back from the main apartments, with a couple of vending machines inside and those big industrial washers and dryers that always sounded like they were about to take off. As I got closer, I could hear the faint whirring of a dryer from inside, and I thought maybe someone was doing laundry, which was good. It meant I wouldn't be alone. But when I pushed the door open, the room was empty. It was dim inside, with that fluorescent light flickering overhead, and it smelled like detergent and something faintly mildewy. The soda machine was in the corner, its lights glowing, and I walked over, fumbling with my dollars. I remember the cool metal of the machine under my fingers as I fed the bills in, and the clunk as the can dropped into the slot. I bent down to grab it, and that's when I heard a car engine idling outside. I didn't think much of it at first. People came and went all the time, but when I straightened up and looked out the window, I saw this beat-up sedan parked right outside the door. It was an old model, kind of rusty, with a dent in the passenger side door. The windows were rolled down, and there were 3 people inside, a woman in the front passenger seat and 2 men in the back. They were all looking right at me. My heart did this little skip, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe they were waiting for someone or just parked there for no reason. I cracked open the soda can and took a sip, the fizz tickling my throat, and I started to head for the door. But as I reached for the handle, the woman in the car leaned out the window and beckoned me over with her finger. It wasn't a friendly wave. It was slow and deliberate, like she was summoning me. She had stringy blonde hair and wore a tank top, and her eyes were fixed on me in a way that made my skin crawl. I froze for a second, my hand still on the door handle. I didn't know what to do. Part of me thought maybe they needed directions or something, but another part, the part that made my stomach tighten, told me to get out of there. I pushed the door open and stepped outside, planning to just walk away, but then one of the men in the back seat called out, "Hey, kid, come here for a minute." His voice was low and casual, but it had this edge to it that set off alarms in my head. I shook my head and started walking faster back toward my grandma's apartment. I could hear the car engine revving softly, and when I glanced over my shoulder, the car was pulling away from the curb and creeping along beside me, keeping pace. The woman was still watching me, and now she was smiling, but it wasn't a nice smile. It was this tight, predatory grin that made my blood run cold. I picked up my pace, my flip-flops slapping louder against the pavement. The soda can felt slippery in my hand, and I could feel sweat beading on my forehead. The car stayed right with me. The driver, one of the men, leaning forward so I could see his face. He had a baseball cap pulled low, and he was grinning too, like this was some kind of game. The other man in the back was just staring, his expression blank, and that was somehow worse. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" the woman called out, her voice carrying over the hum of the engine. It was sing-songy, almost teasing, but it felt wrong. I didn't answer. I just kept walking, my heart starting to pound now. I could see my grandma's apartment building up ahead, maybe 50 yards away, but it felt like miles. The sidewalk was empty, and the windows of the other apartments were dark or covered with blinds. No one was around. Then the car sped up a little and pulled ahead of me, stopping at the next intersection of the sidewalk. The driver got out, A tall, lanky guy in jeans and a t-shirt, and he stood there, blocking my path. He didn't say anything, just looked at me with that same intense stare. I stopped dead in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. I could hear the other car door opening, and the woman stepped out too, coming around from the passenger side. She had her arms crossed, and she was still smiling that creepy smile. I don't know what came over me, but I turned and bolted. I dropped the soda can. It clattered to the ground, spraying Coke everywhere, and I ran as fast as I could, my flip-flops flying off my feet. I didn't care. I just ran. I could hear their laughter behind me, not loud and booming, but this low, mocking chuckle that seemed to follow me. It was the kind of sound that gets under your skin and stays there, like an itch you can't scratch. I glanced back once and saw the man who'd gotten out starting to jog after me. Not full out running, but like he was confident he could catch me. The woman was getting back into the car, and the engine roared as it started moving again. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and my lungs burned with each breath. The heat made everything feel slow and heavy, but adrenaline pushed me forward. I could see my grandma's apartment door. It was on the ground floor, thank God, and I focused on that, on the dull brown paint and the little peephole. I reached the door, just as the car pulled up to the curb again, tires crunching on the gravel. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key into the lock. I fumbled with it, dropping it once, and I heard the car doors opening behind me. I didn't look back. I just grabbed the key, shoved it in, and turned it. The lock clicked, and I pushed the door open, stumbling inside. I slammed it shut and threw the deadbolt, my whole body trembling. For a second, I just stood there, panting, leaning against the door. I could hear my own ragged breaths and the thumping of my heart in my ears. Then I heard them outside, footsteps on the porch, and that same low laughter. I crept over to the window, keeping low so they wouldn't see me, and peeked through the blinds. They were all standing there, just a few feet away. The woman had her hands on her hips, and the two men were flanking her. They weren't trying to knock or anything, they were just watching the door. Then one of the men leaned in close to the window, so close I could see the stubble on his chin and the coldness in his eyes. He put his hand against the glass, and he started whispering. I couldn't make out the words at first. It was all hushed and blurred, but then I caught a few phrases. "Come on out, kid, and we just want to talk." His voice was soft, almost soothing, but it made my skin crawl. It was like he was trying to coax me out, like I was some scared animal. I backed away from the window, my legs feeling weak. I slid down the wall and sat on the floor, hugging my knees to my chest. I could still hear them whispering back and forth, sometimes laughing softly. It went on for what felt like forever. I remember the light in the room started to change as the afternoon wore on, casting long shadows across the floor. I didn't move. I just sat there listening, every muscle tense. After a while, the whispering stopped. I waited, holding my breath, and then I heard car doors slamming and the engine starting up. The sound faded as they drove away, but I didn't trust it. I stayed on the floor for a long time, until the room was almost dark, and I could hear my grandma stirring in her bedroom. When I finally got up and looked out the window, the street was empty. No car, no people, nothing. I never told my grandma what happened. I didn't want to scare her, and I never saw those people again. But for years after, every time I heard a car idling or someone whispering, my heart would race and I'd feel that same cold fear. I still don't know who they were or what they wanted, and that's the part that haunts me the most. It was just an ordinary day, until it wasn't, and then it was over, leaving me with questions I'll never have answers for. Story 16. I've always been a vivid dreamer. Even as a kid, my dreams felt more real than they had any right to. But the ones about my granddad's house were different. They were a constant, a thread that ran through my entire life. Always the same. I'd be a kid again, sitting on that scratchy floral patterned couch in his living room. The air would smell like old wood and stale pipe smoke, a smell I can still conjure up if I think about it too hard. Directly across from me, hanging on the wall, was that picture of my granddad. It was a black and white portrait, serious, his eyes just following you, no matter where you moved in the room. And there was always the dog, Rusty, this old wiry terrier mix. He'd be standing in the middle of the room, his whole body tense, barking his head off at the living room door. Not a playful bark, a low, guttural, scared bark, the kind that makes the hair on your own arms stand up. The door was always closed. In all those years of dreaming, I never, not once, opened it. I'd just sit there on the couch, frozen, listening to Rusty lose his mind, and then the room would change. It's hard to describe. It wasn't that things moved, it was that the feeling in the room would curdle. It would get thick, heavy, like the air before a tornado hits. The walls would feel like they were pressing in, and a deep, resonant humming would start up. A sound you felt in your teeth more than heard with your ears. Then I'd wake up gasping, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. I hadn't had the dream in years. I'd mostly forgotten about it, chalked it up to a weird kid thing. But then, a few weeks ago, I was on the phone with my mom, and for some reason I asked her about the house. Not about the property or anything, but about the feeling of it. I asked her, "Mum, was there ever anything off about Granddad's house? Spiritually, I mean." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then she said very quietly, "We don't talk about that, honey." And she changed the subject so fast it gave me whiplash. That was it. That was all it took. The dreams came back that night. They were different this time, sharper, more urgent. They felt less like memories and more like broadcasts, warnings. The first one back was straightforward. I was on the couch, Rusty was barking, the whole routine. But then my granddad was there, sitting in his armchair. He looked younger, like he did when I was maybe 8. I looked at him and I asked, "Granddad, what was Grand really like?" In life, I never knew him. He died long before I was born. It was just an innocent question, the kind a kid would ask. His face, which had been soft, just shut down. It went blank and cold, like a mask had dropped over it. Then he was on his feet, his voice a roar that didn't seem like it could come from a human throat. "Don't you ever talk about that. You don't know anything." Spit flew from his lips. I shrank back into the couch, the rough fabric scratching my arms, the fear so real and sharp I could taste it, coppery and sour. In the back of my mouth I woke up shaking, the echo of his shout still ringing in my ears. I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was just stress, my subconscious playing tricks because of my mom's weird reaction. But a part of me, the part that's always been a little too curious for my own good, was hooked. I've dabbled in tarot cards for years, nothing serious, just for fun and a little self-reflection. A few nights after the shouting dream, I made a mistake. I sat on my bedroom floor, lit a candle, and shuffled my deck, thinking I'd just ask for some clarity about these dreams. I didn't even get to draw a card. A feeling of pure, ice-cold dread washed over me, so intense it made me nauseous. I put the cards away, my hands trembling. The message was clear: do not look here. The dream I had last night, though, that was the one that broke me. That was the one that has me sitting here at my kitchen table at 4 in the morning, with every light in my apartment blazing, too terrified to even consider closing my eyes again. It started the same. The couch, the smell, the picture. Rusty barking at the door, his little body vibrating with the effort. My granddad was in his armchair again, but he wasn't looking at me. He was staring at the same door Rusty was losing his mind over. He looked pale, nervous. He kept wringing his hands, a habit he had when he was worried. I could see the sweat beading on his forehead under the glow of the single dusty lamp. "Granddad," I said, my voice small. He didn't look at me. He just shook his head slowly, his eyes fixed on that door. Then he did something he used to do to call Rusty in from the yard. He put his lips together and let out a soft two-note whistle, a specific one, high, then low. Rusty stopped barking instantly. He whined, a pitiful, terrified sound, and tucked his tail between his legs, backing away from the door until he was pressed against my legs on the couch. He was shaking. For a second, there was nothing but silence, a thick, waiting silence that felt like it was sucking all the air out of the room. Then, from the other side of the door, an answer. It wasn't a whistle, it was a screech, high-pitched but not like a bird or a tea kettle. It was wet, guttural. It was the sound of metal being twisted and torn, mixed with something alive and in agony. It was a sound that had no business existing in this world, and it drilled directly into the core of my brain. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The sound was inside me. The door didn't open. Something else happened. A patch of darkness in the corner of the room, near the door, began to deepen. It was like a hole was being punched through the reality of the dream. The light from the lamp didn't touch it. It wasn't just shadow, it was an absence, a void. And it was gathering, pulling itself together. It formed into a sphere about the size of a basketball, a perfect black orb. It didn't reflect light, it seemed to swallow it. The air around it shimmered with a heat-haze distortion, and that horrible screeching was coming from it, a continuous soul-shredding noise. My granddad was on his feet now, backing away, his hands up. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear him over the screeching. His eyes were wide with a pure animal terror I'd never seen on anyone before. The orb moved. It didn't float or drift. It shot across the room faster than my eyes could follow. It didn't touch him. It just got near him, and the air around him seemed to flex. 1 second he was standing, the next he was hurled sideways through the air like a rag doll. He didn't yell. There was just a sickening, meaty thud as his body hit the far wall and crumpled to the floor in a heap. He didn't move again. The screeching stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. It was a listening silence. The black orb hung in the air for a moment, right where it had thrown my granddad. Then, slowly, it turned. It didn't have eyes, it didn't have a face, but I knew with a certainty that turned my blood to ice that it was looking at me. Rusty was gone. My granddad was a broken heap on the floor. It was just me, on that scratchy couch, under the gaze of that portrait, with this thing in the room with me. It started moving towards me, not fast this time, slow, deliberate. It drifted through the air, that utter blackness seeming to suck the color out of everything it passed. The humming started again, the one from my childhood dreams, but it was different now. It was the same frequency as that screech, just quieter, a resonant vibration that made my bones ache and my teeth feel loose. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, pinned to the couch by a terror so complete it was like a physical weight on my chest. I couldn't even scream, I could only watch as it came closer, inch by inch. I could feel the temperature dropping. My breath started to fog in front of my face. The smell changed, from old wood and pipe smoke to something else, something metallic and old, like stagnant water and rust. It stopped right in front of me, hovering at eye level. I was staring into absolute nothingness. It was like looking into a hole that went on forever. There was no light, no depth, no end, just a pure, devouring black. And from that nothingness, I felt an intelligence, a cold, ancient, and deeply malicious intelligence. It wasn't just a thing, it was a presence. This was the warning. This was the consequence of digging. My asking my mom, my almost use of the tarot cards, my curiosity, it had drawn its attention, and it was letting me know, in the most direct way possible, that I was to stop. Then it leaned in. It didn't have a body to lean, But the space between us vanished. The cold became agony, a biting, burning frost that seared my skin. The humming intensified, vibrating my skull, threatening to shatter it from the inside. The metallic smell filled my nose, my mouth, my lungs. I felt a pressure, not on my body, but on myself, on my mind. It was pushing into me, trying to snuff me out, to erase me from the inside. I felt a pulling sensation, like it was trying to draw my soul right out of my chest through my sternum. This was it. I was going to die. I was not just in the dream, for real. I knew it with every fiber of my being. If this thing touched me, really touched me, there would be nothing left to wake up. I woke up. I didn't jolt awake. I came to consciousness lying perfectly still in my bed, my eyes already wide open, staring at the dark ceiling. My body was rigid. I was drenched in a cold sweat that had instantly soaked my sheets and pajamas. My heart wasn't racing. It was beating in slow, hard, painful thuds against my ribs. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. I just lay there, frozen, for what felt like an hour. The feeling of that cold, the smell of rust, and the sensation of that pulling pressure still vividly imprinted on every one of my senses. When I finally could move, I scrambled out of bed so fast I tripped on the sheets and fell onto the floor. I didn't care. I crawled, then stumbled to my feet and ran through my dark apartment, slapping at light switches until every single room was blazingly bright. I ended up here in the kitchen, my back to the corner, where I can see both the hallway and the living room. That was hours ago. The sun will be up soon, but I know, with that same sick certainty I felt in the dream, that sleep is not an option for me anymore. Not for a long, long time, and I will never ever ask about my granddad's house again. I won't look at a tarot card. I won't even let myself think about it for too long. Because it's not just in the house, it's in my dreams. And after last night, I'm not sure there's much of a difference anymore. The thing is real. It's aware of me. And it showed me exactly what it can do. My granddad's body hitting that wall. The sound it made. The way he didn't move, the orb turning towards me, the cold, the pulling. It's all right here, burned into me. I can still feel the ghost of that pressure on my chest, like a bruise on my soul. I keep looking at the doorway to my hallway, half expecting the light to stop reaching the far end, for a patch of perfect black to start gathering there. I keep listening for a whistle. I think I'll be listening for it for the rest of my life. Story 17. I've been sitting here for hours trying to figure out how to put this into words, but every time I start, my hands shake and I have to stop. I've never told anyone about this because I know how it sounds, and I don't want people thinking I've lost it, but I need to get it out. So here goes. It happened on a Tuesday in late October. I'm sure of that, because I remember the date was stuck in my head for weeks after I lived way out in the country in southern Indiana, where the roads are gravel and the nearest town is a 20-minute drive away. My house is old, passed down from my grandparents, and it's surrounded by woods on 3 sides. I've lived here my whole life and never had any real trouble, but that day changed everything. I woke up that morning around 6 o'clock, which is normal for me. The sun wasn't up yet, and the room was still dark except for the faint glow from my alarm clock. I remember feeling groggy, like I hadn't slept well, but I couldn't remember any dreams. I got out of bed and shuffled to the kitchen to make coffee. The floorboards creaked under my feet, something they've always done, but that morning each sound felt louder, more pronounced. While the coffee brewed, I stood by the sink and looked out the window. The sky was starting to lighten, but a thick fog had settled overnight, wrapping everything in this grey, hazy blanket. It was so dense I could barely see the tree line 50 yards away. I've seen fog before, of course, but this felt different, heavier, like it was pressing down on the world. After I drank my coffee, I decided to go for my usual morning walk. I do this almost every day to clear my head before I start work. I'm a graphic designer, so I work from home, and the isolation doesn't usually bother me, but that morning I felt this weird itch under my skin. like I needed to move, to get out there. I pulled on my old jeans, a sweatshirt, and my hiking boots, the ones with the worn-out soles that have seen better days. I grabbed my keys out of habit, even though I wasn't going far, and stepped out the back door. The air was cold and damp, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. The fog hadn't lifted much, and it made everything feel closed in. I started down the path that leads into the woods behind my house. It's a trail I've walked 1,000 times, so I know every dip and turn. The ground was soft from recent rain, and my boots made a squelching sound with each step. Leaves were everywhere, mostly brown and soggy, and the smell of wet earth and decay hung in the air. At first, everything seemed normal. Birds were chirping, and I could hear squirrels scrambling up trees. I even saw a deer off in the distance, bounding away when it noticed me. I walked for about 10 minutes, following the main path, but then I got this urge to go off the beaten track. There's an old section of the woods I hadn't visited in years, a place where an old homestead used to be, but now it's just rubble and overgrowth. I'm not sure why I headed that way. Maybe I was bored, or maybe it was that restless feeling from earlier. I turned onto a narrower trail, one that's overgrown with thorny bushes and saplings. I had to push branches aside as I walked, and the fog seemed thicker here, clinging to the trees like cobwebs. That's when things started to feel off. The birdsong faded slowly at first, then stopped altogether. 1 minute the woods were alive with sound, and the next it was dead silent. I mean, completely silent. No rustling leaves, no distant animals, nothing. I stopped walking and listened, but all I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. My heart started beating faster, and I felt a cold trickle of sweat run down my back. I've been in these woods in all kinds of weather, and I've never experienced silence like that. It was unnerving, like the forest was holding its breath. I told myself to calm down. Maybe a predator was nearby, a coyote or a bobcat, and that's why the animals had gone quiet. But I didn't see any signs of that. I stood there for a minute, scanning the trees, but everything was still and grey in the fog. Then I heard a twig snap to my right. It was a sharp, clear sound that made me jump. I spun around, my hands clenching into fists, but I didn't see anything, just trees and shadows. I called out, "Hello, is someone there?" My voice sounded thin and shaky in the silence. No answer. I started backing away, my eyes fixed on where the sound had come from. That's when I heard it again. A soft, rhythmic crunching, like footsteps on dry leaves. But it wasn't walking toward me. It was moving parallel to me, keeping pace. My mouth went dry and I could feel my pulse racing in my throat. I wanted to run, but my legs felt heavy, like they were rooted to the spot. I kept backing up, stumbling over a root, and that's when I saw it. Between two large oak trees, about 30 feet away, there was a figure. It was tall and impossibly thin, dressed in dark, ragged clothes that looked like they were from another time. Long coat, pants that were torn at the hem. Its face was pale and gaunt, with deep-set eyes that seemed too dark, like holes in its head. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, staring right at me. I felt a wave of cold fear wash over me. This wasn't a hiker or a neighbor. It didn't look human. Its posture was wrong, too stiff, and it seemed to blend into the shadows like it was part of the fog. We stood there for what felt like forever, locked in this silent standoff. I couldn't look away from its eyes, even though I couldn't really see them. My breath was coming in short, shallow gasps, and I could feel my whole body trembling. Then, slowly, it raised one arm and pointed at me. The movement was smooth and deliberate, and it sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I don't know why, but that pointing finger felt like a threat, like it was singling me out, that broke the spell. I turned and ran, not caring about the path or the branches slapping my face. I just crashed through the underbrush, my boots slipping on wet leaves, my lungs burning. I could hear something behind me, not running, but moving fast, keeping up with me. I didn't dare look back. All I could think was, get to the house, get to the house. My heart felt like it was going to explode, and my legs ached with every step. I tripped over a fallen log and landed hard on my hands and knees, scraping my palms, but I scrambled up and kept going. When I finally burst out of the woods and saw my back porch, I almost sobbed with relief. I sprinted across the yard, yanked the door open, and slammed it shut behind me, turning the lock with shaking hands. I leaned against the door, panting and sweating, my clothes torn and dirty. I peered out the window, but the woods looked empty and quiet. The fog was still there, but I didn't see any movement. I spent the next few hours jumping at every sound. The house felt different, colder, darker. I checked all the windows and doors, making sure they were locked. I tried to sit down and work, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept replaying that moment. The figure, the pointing, the silence. Around noon, I thought I heard a scratching sound outside the back door, like someone dragging a finger along the wood. I froze, my heart in my throat, and crept over to look out the peephole. Nothing there, just the fog and the trees. As the day wore on, the fear didn't fade. I kept expecting to see that figure again, standing at the edge of the woods, watching the house. But I never did. By evening, I was exhausted, but too scared to sleep. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, staring out the window into the darkness. The fog had lifted, but the night felt just as oppressive. I still don't know what that was. A person, a hallucination. I've gone over it 1,000,000 times in my head, but I can't make sense of it. All I know is that I've never felt fear like that before, and I doubt I ever will again. I haven't gone back into those woods since, and I doubt I ever will. Whatever happened that day, it's left a mark on me, and I don't think it's ever going away. Turshiziru's story, 18. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything like that, but what happened out at Black Creek changed everything for me. It was one of those summer weekends where me and my buddies decided to get out of the city and do something different. We'd heard about the old train tunnels near Black Creek from some guys at work, how it was supposed to be creepy but cool, you know? The kind of place where you could camp and tell stories around a fire without too many people bothering you. So we packed up our gear, tents, sleeping bags, a couple coolers of beer and snacks, and headed out early that Saturday morning. The drive took a couple hours, and by the time we got there, the sun was high and hot. Black Creek isn't much to look at during the day, just a narrow, muddy stream winding through thick woods, with these old, crumbling train tunnels cutting into the hillsides. They've been abandoned for decades, and the tracks are mostly gone, but you can still see where the trains used to run. We found a spot not too far from one of the tunnels, a little clearing that looked like it had been used before, with a fire pit and some flattened grass. It felt isolated, but not too spooky, at least not then. We set up camp, got the tents pitched, and started gathering wood for a fire later. The air was heavy with the smell of damp earth and pine, and the only sounds were birds chirping and the occasional rustle in the underbrush, nothing out of the ordinary. We spent the afternoon exploring a bit, checking out the tunnels. They were dark and echoey, with graffiti all over the walls, and water dripping from the ceilings. I remember feeling a little uneasy inside them, like the weight of all that stone was pressing down on me, but I brushed it off. My friends were joking around, taking pictures, and we all agreed it was a great spot for the night. As the sun started to go down, we built a fire and cracked open some beers. The sky turned orange and then deep purple, and the woods got quiet in that way they do at dusk. That's when things started to feel off. At first, it was just little things. The fire would crackle and I'd jump, or I'd think I saw movement in the trees, but then we started hearing noises from the direction of the creek. Not animal noises, not like raccoons or deer. It was a sloshing sound, like someone was wading through the water, slow and deliberate. We all heard it at the same time, and we went quiet. One of my friends grabbed a flashlight and pointed it toward the creek. The beam cut through the darkness, and for a second, the sloshing stopped. Then, when he moved the light, it started up again, like whatever it was reacting to us. We tried it a few times. Shining the light, the sloshing would stop, then resume, when the light moved away. It was eerie, man. Not like anything I'd ever heard. The sound was thick, like mud being stirred, and it seemed to be getting closer. My heart was pounding, and I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. We were all standing now, huddled near the fire, trying to see into the dark. The sloshing kept coming, and then we saw it, a shadowy figure standing near the edge of the creek. It was tall and thin, and it was wearing what looked like a hat, a wide-brimmed thing that hid its face. It wasn't moving, just standing there, and the sloshing had stopped. The air got cold all of a sudden, and I remember shivering even though the fire was still going. Then, without any warning, it spoke. Its voice was low and raspy, like it hadn't been used in years, and it said, "You need to leave. Now." That's all it said. But the way it said it, it wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. And there was something in that voice that made my blood run cold. We didn't wait around to ask questions. We just started grabbing our stuff, throwing it into the car as fast as we could. I remember my hands shaking so bad I could barely zip up my backpack. As we were running toward the car, I glanced back, and that's when I saw the grass bending. Not like from the wind. It was bending in a line, fast, like something was moving through it toward us. It was rapid, like a snake or something, but there was no sound, just the grass flattening in a path straight for where we'd been standing. We piled into the car, slammed the doors, and my friend floored it out of there. None of us spoke for the first 10 minutes, just sat there breathing heavy, staring out the windows like we expected to see that figure again. When we got back to town, we went straight to my place and just sat around in silence for a while. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a hiker or someone messing with us. But the sloshing, the way it responded to the light, the shadowy figure, the bending grass, it didn't add up. A couple days later, I was still shaken, and I ended up telling my uncle about it. He's lived around here his whole life, knows all the local stories. When I described the figure in the hat, he got real quiet, and then he told me something that made my skin crawl. He said that years ago, when he was younger, he'd been in a car accident near Black Creek. His truck went off the road one night, and he was stuck, hurt bad. He said a shadowy man in a hat appeared out of nowhere, helped him out of the wreck, and then vanished. He always thought it was just his mind playing tricks. But after what I told him, he wondered if it was the same thing. He said that figure might not be there to harm people, but to warn them or help them, like it was guarding against something worse in those woods. That stuck with me. I started thinking that maybe what we encountered wasn't trying to scare us for no reason. Maybe it was keeping us from running into whatever was bending that grass, something that could have been a lot more dangerous. I've gone over that night in my head 1,000 times, and I still can't explain it. The sloshing footsteps, the way it reacted to our lights, the warning, the rapid movement in the grass, it all feels too real to dismiss. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I think about that shadowy man, and I wonder if he's still out there, watching, protecting. But I'll never go back to find out. That one day was enough to haunt me for the rest of my life. Story 19. That day started out normal enough. I'd been helping my grandparents clean up after the renovations, dust everywhere, new paint smell mixing with that familiar cinnamon. By evening, they'd gone to bed early, tired from all the work, and I was left alone upstairs. My room was at the end of the hall, the one that used to be the nursery when I was a baby. I remember feeling a little uneasy about sleeping there, not because of any specific reason, but just because the place felt different after the changes. The walls were freshly painted, but the floorboards were still the original ones, creaky and uneven. I'd heard stories from when I was a kid, how I'd laugh at the top corner of the nursery for no reason, or how I'd babble at my great-grandparents' graves during visits, but I'd always brushed it off as family lore. That night, though, it all came rushing back. I got ready for bed around 10 o'clock. The house was dead quiet, the kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. I remember turning off the lights and climbing into bed. The new mattress still stiff and unfamiliar. At first, everything was fine. I lay there for a while, just listening to the sounds of the house, the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the occasional car passing by on the distant road. But then, maybe an hour later, I started hearing things. It began with footsteps, not loud, thumping ones, but soft, shuffling steps, like someone was walking slowly down the hallway outside my door. I froze, my heart starting to beat faster. I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe one of my grandparents getting up for water, but the steps kept coming, back and forth, like someone was pacing. I strained to listen, holding my breath, and that's when I noticed the temperature had dropped. The room felt cold, colder than it should have been for a summer night. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, but the chill seeped through. Then came the taps on my door. Light, almost polite knocks, like someone was trying to get my attention without waking anyone else. Tap, tap, tap. 3 times, then a pause, then 3 more. I sat up in bed, my hands trembling. "Hello?" I whispered, but there was no answer. The tapping stopped, and for a moment everything was quiet again. I thought maybe it was over, that I'd just imagined it. But then I heard it, a raspy old woman's laugh coming from right outside my door. It wasn't loud, but it was clear, like she was standing there, amused by something. My blood ran cold. I recognized that laugh. It sounded exactly like my great-grandma's, from old home videos I'd seen. She'd passed away years before I was born, but her laugh was distinct, kind of wheezy and warm. But in that moment, it felt anything but warm. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to bolt out of bed and run downstairs, but I was paralyzed, just staring at the door. The footsteps started up again, this time closer, like they were right on the other side. I could hear the floorboards creaking under the weight, each step making my heart jump. Then the doorknob jiggled slightly, like someone was testing it. It didn't turn, but the sound was enough to make me squeeze my eyes shut. I remember thinking, this isn't real, this can't be real. That is, but it was. That's when the shadows started moving. My room had a small nightlight plugged in near the door, casting a dim glow, and I could see shadows shifting on the walls. At first, I thought it was just from the trees outside, but there was no wind that night, and the shadows weren't tree-shaped. They were human-like, tall and thin, gliding across the room. One shadow seemed to linger near the closet, the same closet where, years earlier during a sleepover with my cousin, we'd found dolls stuffed inside after the TV turned on by itself. I hadn't thought about that in ages, but suddenly it all felt connected. The shadows didn't move fast. They sort of drifted like smoke, and they seemed to be gathering in the corner where I used to laugh as a baby. I could feel my skin prickling, every hair on my arms standing up. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or my eyes adjusting, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The raspy laugh came again, this time from inside the room. It was softer, almost like it was right next to my ear. I whipped my head around, but there was nothing there. The room was empty, except for me and those shifting shadows. I don't know how long I sat there frozen, but it felt like hours. The footsteps kept pacing, the taps returned every few minutes, and the laugh would echo faintly. At one point, I thought I smelled something. Warm cookies, like my great-grandma's famous oatmeal raisin ones. The scent was so strong it filled the room, and for a second it was comforting, like she was watching over me. But then the cold intensified, and the shadows thickened, and that comfort turned to dread. Why would she be here now in this way? It didn't feel protective. It felt invasive, like I was being watched by something that wasn't entirely friendly. I must have drifted off at some point out of sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, Sunlight was streaming through the window. The room was warm again, the shadows were gone, and everything was silent. I lay there for a long time, just breathing, trying to process what had happened. My body felt heavy, like I'd run a marathon, and my throat was dry. When I finally got up and opened the door, the hallway was empty, nothing out of place. I went downstairs, and my grandparents were already up having coffee, like nothing was wrong. I didn't tell them what happened. What would I say? That I'd been haunted by our dead relatives? They'd think I was crazy. But I've never forgotten that night. The fear was so real, so physical, the way my heart hammered against my ribs, the cold sweat on my back, the way I couldn't move, even though every instinct screamed at me to run. Even now, when I visit the house, I avoid sleeping upstairs. I tell myself it's just memories, or maybe it was all in my head, but then I remember the laugh, the taps, the shadows, and I know it wasn't. Something was there, and I have no explanation for it. The warmth of the cinnamon scent, the idea of family watching over me, it's supposed to be comforting, but after that night, it just feels unsettling, like there's more to it than I'll ever understand. And that's what scares me the most, not knowing and never being able to forget. Story 20. That particular night, I'd stayed up later than usual, just reading in bed with a small lamp on. The room I was in used to be my mum's when she was a kid, and it still had this old floral wallpaper that was starting to peel at the edges. I remember the clock on the nightstand ticking away, each second sounding louder than it should in the quiet. Outside it was pitch black, no streetlights this far out in the country, just the faint glow of the moon through the curtains. I was starting to drift off, my book slipping from my hands, when I felt it, a sudden dip in the mattress near my feet. At first, I thought it was just the bed settling, but then I felt this soft thud, like something had jumped up. I opened my eyes, half expecting to see one of the neighborhood cats that sometimes wandered in through the loose screen door. Sure enough, there was this warmth pressing against my legs, and I could feel the slight shift as whatever it was curled up under the covers. It felt exactly like a cat. The way it nestled in, the gentle weight, even a faint vibration that might have been purring. I didn't think much of it. We've always had cats around, and my mind just went, oh, one of them must have snuck in. I remember smiling a little because it was kind of nice, having that company in the middle of the night. I reached down under the blanket to pet it, and my hand brushed against what felt like fur, soft, warm, and real. It didn't startle or move away. It just pressed closer, like it was seeking comfort. I could feel the outline of its body, the curve of its back, and for a moment everything felt normal, cozy even. I closed my eyes again, letting myself relax into the sensation, thinking I'd just let it be and go back to sleep. But then, in the span of a heartbeat, it was gone. Not like it jumped off or moved away. It vanished. 1 second there was this warm, living presence curled up against me, and the next, nothing. The weight lifted, the warmth disappeared, and the bed felt empty. It was so sudden that I jolted upright, my heart hammering in my chest. I fumbled for the lamp, switching it on, and the room flooded with this weak yellowish light. I scanned the bed, the floor, the corners. Nothing. No cat, no movement, not even an indentation in the blankets where it had been. My first thought was that it had darted under the bed or something, so I got down on my hands and knees, peering into the darkness. The floor was cold, and I could feel the dust bunnies brushing against my skin. Nothing. I stood up, my breath coming a little faster now, and checked the closet behind the door, even the windowsill. Still nothing. That's when it hit me. The silence. The house was dead quiet, except for my own breathing and that damn clock ticking. I knew we had 2 real cats in the house. Mittens, this fluffy grey tabby who's practically ancient, and Whiskers, a younger black cat who's always getting into trouble. They usually slept in the living room or on the couch downstairs. I decided to go check on them, just to make sure one of them hadn't somehow teleported or something ridiculous like that. I pulled on my robe, my hands shaking a bit, and made my way out into the hallway. The hallway in that house is long and narrow, with old family photos lining the walls. At night it feels like they're watching you, their eyes following you as you walk. I didn't bother turning on the main light, just used the faint glow from my room to guide me. Each step made the floorboards groan, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something. But there was nothing, just shadows dancing in the corners. When I got to the living room, I saw Mittens curled up on the armchair, fast asleep. She didn't even stir when I came in. Whiskers was on the rug by the fireplace, stretched out like he owned the place. Both of them were right where they should be, and neither looked like they'd moved in hours. I remember standing there for a minute, just staring at them, trying to process what had happened. If it wasn't one of them, then what the hell was it? I went back to my room, my mind racing. Maybe I'd dreamed it. But no, the sensation was too vivid. I could still feel the ghost of that warmth on my legs, the memory of the fur under my fingers. It felt real, too real to be a dream. I sat on the edge of the bed, running my hands through my hair, and that's when I started thinking about the history of the house. My grandma used to tell stories about pets they'd had over the years. Dogs, cats, even a parrot that could whistle tunes. She mentioned a cat named Shadow, a black one that had been her favorite when she was a girl. It died in the house sometime in the 1950s, and she always said it never really left. I'd never put much stock in ghost stories, but sitting there in the quiet with the clock ticking like it was counting down to something, it didn't seem so far-fetched. What if I'd felt Shadow, or some other cat that had lived here? The idea should have scared me. Hell, it probably would scare most people. But instead, it fascinated me. It was like I'd brushed up against a piece of the past, something that wasn't meant to be seen or felt, but was still there, lingering. I decided to look around the room again, this time more carefully. I checked under the bed with a flashlight, moved the furniture slightly, even inspected the blankets for any signs. A stray hair, a claw mark, anything. But there was nothing. It was like whatever it was had never been there at all. The only evidence was the memory, burned into my mind. As I sat back down, I noticed the room felt colder, like the temperature had dropped a few degrees. I wrapped my robe tighter around me, but the chill seeped into my bones. I kept glancing at the spot where I'd felt the cat, half expecting it to reappear, but it didn't. The night dragged on, and I couldn't bring myself to turn off the lamp. I just sat there, staring into the dim light, my thoughts swirling. Why did it happen that night? Was it because I was alone, or because the house knew I was thinking about the past? I remembered earlier that day, I'd been going through an old photo album and found a picture of Shadow, a sleek black cat with bright green eyes, sitting on this very bed. Maybe that stirred something up. Or maybe it was just a coincidence. But deep down, I felt like it wasn't. The fascination grew stronger than any fear. I started wondering what it would be like to feel it again, to have that connection with something from so long ago. It wasn't threatening. It felt gentle, almost affectionate, like it was checking in on me, or maybe just passing through. I thought about how many lives had touched this house, how many stories were embedded in the walls, and for a moment, it felt less like a building and more like a living thing. Eventually, the sky started to lighten outside, the black turning to grey, and the sounds of morning began. Birds chirping, the distant hum of a car on the road. I finally turned off the lamp and lay back down, but I didn't sleep. I just lay there, replaying the whole thing in my head. The weight, the warmth, the sudden absence. It was so real, so tangible, and yet there was no proof. When the sun was fully up, I got out of bed and went downstairs. Mittens and Whiskers were still in the same spots, and they acted like nothing had happened. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, staring out the window. The house felt normal again, just an old place with its quirks. But I knew something had shifted for me. I'd experienced something I couldn't explain, something that didn't fit into the neat boxes of everyday life. I spent the rest of the day going through more of my grandparents' things, but my mind kept drifting back to that night. I found myself looking for more photos of Shadow or any mention of other pets. In an old journal of my grandma's, I came across an entry where she talked about feeling a cat jump on her bed sometimes, even after Shadow had died. She wrote it off as her imagination, but reading it sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't just me, others had felt it too. As the day wore on, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was sleep paralysis or a hypnagogic hallucination, but those explanations felt hollow. The memory was too sharp, too detailed. I could still feel the exact spot where it had curled up, the way the blanket had shifted. It wasn't something my brain could have made up that perfectly. By evening, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I decided to go to bed early, hoping to catch up on sleep. But as I lay down, I couldn't help but keep an eye on the foot of the bed, half hoping, half dreading that it might happen again. The room was quiet, the only sound the familiar ticking of the clock. I closed my eyes, trying to relax, but my senses were on high alert. Then, just as I was about to drift off, I felt it again. A slight dip in the mattress. My eyes snapped open and I held my breath, waiting. But this time, there was no warmth, no weight. Just a faint sensation like a breeze passing over the sheets, and then it was gone. I sat up, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there. No cat, no ghost, just the empty room and the ticking clock. I didn't sleep much that night, and I haven't since. Every little noise makes me jump, and I find myself staring into the shadows, wondering if I'll see something. But it's never happened again. Not like that first time. It's like whatever it was, it came and went in a flash, leaving me with this unanswered question that I'll probably carry with me for the rest of my life. I've told a few people about it, but most just shrug it off or say I was dreaming. Maybe I was, but I know what I felt, and no amount of logic can erase that. It's been weeks now, and I still think about it every day. The house feels different to me now, not scary, but layered, like there's more to it than what meets the eye. I don't know if it was a ghost cat or something else, and I doubt I ever will. All I know is that for one night, in that old house built in the 1860s, I shared my bed with something that wasn't there, and it's left me with a chill that never really goes away. Story 21. I'd been at the store since I was 16, 8 years. You get to know a place inside out when you've spent that much of your life in it. You know which floor tiles creak, which fluorescent lights flicker in that annoying, headache-inducing way, and you know the people. You also get used to the weird stuff. Every old building has its quirks, its stories, and ours was no different. The jokes about the place being haunted were just part of the background noise, like the constant hum of the freezers. It started small. You'd be stacking cans on an end cap, turn around, and a box you'd just placed on a high rack would be on the floor. Not like it fell, more like it was slid off. No big crash, just there. Sometimes, when you were the last one in the back warehouse, you'd hear a voice. Not words, just a murmur, like someone talking low in the next aisle over. You'd call out, "Hello!" and the sound would stop. You'd shrug it off. You'd tell yourself it's the pipes, the air conditioning kicking on, your mind playing tricks in the silence. That's what you do. You make it normal. Then, in early 2020, things got less easy to explain. An older guy, a regular, he had a heart attack, right there in aisle 2, the alcohol aisle. It was sad, really sad. He was just gone. The paramedics came, they did what they could, but it was too late. We closed early that day. The whole place felt heavy, you know. Just a grim feeling hanging in the air. The next morning, the opening manager found it. Every single bottle on that aisle, Wine, whiskey, vodka, all of it had burst, not fallen, and smashed. They were still standing on the shelves, but the glass was shattered. The liquid pooled on the floor and running down the shelves in sticky, smelly rivers. It looked like a bomb had gone off, but only in that one aisle. The rest of the store was perfectly fine. Security pulled the CCTV footage from overnight. We all crowded around the tiny office monitor to watch it. Nothing. The cameras showed the aisle clear as day from closing time until the morning. Then, at exactly 3:17 in the morning, every bottle just exploded, simultaneously. No one was there. No earthquake, no sound, no movement. 1 second they were fine, the next, glass was spraying everywhere. The footage was crystal clear. There was nothing to see, and that was the most terrifying part. We had a cleaning crew come in. The whole aisle was stripped and sanitized, but the smell of cheap wine and spirits lingered for weeks. After that, the jokes about hauntings stopped. The feeling in the store changed. It wasn't a fun, spooky mystery anymore. It was just dark. A year or so later, in 2021, the company did a big refurbishment. They moved everything around. Aisle 2, the old alcohol aisle, became aisle 27, the toy aisle. And that's when things got active again. It was Sharon, the department manager for that section, who had the worst of it at first. She's a tough woman, doesn't spook easy, but she started complaining about the toys, not just falling, but being arranged. You'd find a line of action figures laid out on the floor, facing the same direction. Stuffed animals would be in a circle, the electronic toys would go off by themselves, little tinny voices singing nursery rhymes or making laser sounds in the dead of night. Stock would go missing from the back room, and then we'd find it days later, tucked away in some bizarre spot, like inside a display toilet or balanced on top of a ceiling light fixture. One night Sharon was doing a late stock count. She told me she felt it first. A cold spot right in the middle of the aisle. Then she felt breathing on the back of her neck. A proper warm, cold puff of air, like someone was standing right behind her. She spun around, her heart hammering in her chest. But there was nobody there. The store was empty. The lights were dimmed for closing. She went home, shaken up, and didn't think much more of it. Until the next morning, when she was getting ready for work. In the mirror, she saw 3 faint red marks on her shoulder, right where she'd felt the breath, like fingertips. They were gone by lunchtime. We all heard about it. We were all creeped out by it. But you know how it is. You've got bills to pay. You rationalize. You tell yourself it's drafts, it's faulty wiring in the toys, it's stress. You make it fit into a world that makes sense. My turn came a few months ago. It was a Tuesday, I think. A slow night. We closed at 10, and by 11 everyone else had clocked out and gone home. I was the closing manager that night, which meant I was the last one to leave after doing the final walkthrough and setting the alarms. My car was the only one in the lot. The store was in one of those big retail parks on the edge of town. So after hours, it's just this vast, dark expanse of empty parking spaces and shuttered shops, eerily quiet. I was in the back warehouse, which is this huge, cavernous space with a high ceiling and motion sensor lights that are always a bit slow to click on. I was just grabbing my jacket from the lockers and my bag. I remember the sound of my own footsteps echoing way too loud. The air was still and cool, smelling of cardboard and dust. That's when I heard it. A slow, rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the big metal shutter door at the back of the warehouse, the one we use for deliveries. It's a solid, roll-down thing, loud and heavy. The sound wasn't a random rattle. It was deliberate. A slow, steady beat, like someone tapping a coin against the metal from the outside. My first thought was, stupidly, that it was one of the guys playing a joke. Maybe they'd forgotten something and come back. But I knew it wasn't. The sound was wrong. It was too measured, too patient, and it was coming from the back of the building, which opens out onto a deserted loading bay, not the staff parking lot. I froze, my hand halfway to my jacket. The tapping didn't stop. Tap, tap, tap. It was the only sound in the whole building. Then I felt it. A wave of cold. Not just a draft, but a deep, penetrating chill that went right through my clothes and settled in my bones. And with the cold came the breathing. Not on my neck this time, it was just in the air around me. Soft, shallow breaths, like someone was standing right next to me in the dark, just breathing. My heart started thumping against my ribs, a hard, panicked rhythm. I couldn't move. I just stood there, listening to that tapping and this quiet, impossible breathing. I remember my mouth going completely dry. This wasn't a joke anymore. This was real, and it was right here with me. The logical part of my brain, the part that was screaming to run, told me to check the cameras. We have a monitor on the wall in the warehouse, a small screen that cycles through all the security feeds. I forced my legs to work and stumbled over to it. My fingers were trembling so bad I could barely work the keypad to bring up the view of the back shutter door. The screen showed the grainy black and white image. The shutter was down. The concrete area outside was empty. Nothing, no one, but the tapping was still going. Tap, tap, tap. I could hear it clearly, and the screen showed nothing. The disconnect was making me feel dizzy, nauseous. I stared at the screen, willing something to appear, some explanation, a branch, an animal, anything. But there was nothing, just the empty loading bay. And then the shutter door began to rise. It was the loudest sound I have ever heard, a grinding metallic roar that shattered the silence. I didn't touch the controls. I was standing 10 feet away from the button. The motor just engaged on its own, and the heavy metal door started rolling upwards. A gust of wind hit me, a blast of that same icy cold air, smelling of damp concrete and something else, something metallic and old. It rushed into the warehouse, swirling dust and bits of packing paper around my feet. I couldn't breathe. I just watched, paralyzed, as the door rose higher and higher, revealing the dark, empty space outside. The motion sensor lights out there hadn't come on. It was just a wall of blackness. When the door was about halfway up, it stopped. The grinding noise cut off. The silence that followed was even worse. The tapping had stopped. The breathing had stopped. It was just me, standing there in the warehouse, staring out into this void where the door should be. That's when the fear completely took over. It wasn't a thought process, it was pure animal instinct. Run. I turned and I ran. I didn't look back. I sprinted through the warehouse, through the double doors into the main store, my feet slipping on the polished floor. I didn't stop to set the alarm. I didn't grab my jacket. I just fumbled with the lock on the staff entrance, my hands shaking so violently I could barely turn the key, and then I burst out into the cold night air. I ran to my car, my lungs burning. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and fumbled the key into the ignition. I sat there for a full minute, maybe two, just gripping the steering wheel, trying to catch my breath, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. I stared at the building. It looked normal. Just a big, dark box. The shutter door at the back was still up, a black rectangle in the side of the building. I couldn't just leave it like that. An open door was a security breach. I'd get in massive trouble. Fear of my manager warred with the sheer primal terror still coursing through me. The manager won, but only just. I drove my car around to the back of the building, keeping my headlights trained on the open shutter. I didn't get out. I used the remote control from my car, the one we use for truck deliveries. I pointed it at the sensor and pressed the button to close the door. The motor engaged again. The heavy door began to grind its way back down. I watched it, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. It descended slowly, sealing off that black opening. As it reached the bottom, with a final, definitive clunk, the motion sensor lights outside the door finally flickered on, illuminating the completely empty loading bay. There was no one there. There never had been. Relief washed over me, so strong it felt like weakness. It was over. I'd closed it. I could go home. I put the car in drive, ready to get the hell out of there, but something made me stop, a compulsion. I needed to know. I had to see the footage. I had to prove to myself that I wasn't going crazy. I drove back around to the front, my heart starting to race all over again. I went back inside, my every sense on high alert, flinching at every tiny sound. The store was silent. I went straight to the office and pulled up the recording from the warehouse camera, the one I'd been looking at when it all happened. I rewound it, my stomach in a tight knot. There I was on screen, standing by the lockers. I saw myself freeze. I saw myself walk over to the monitor. I watched the empty feed of the shutter door. Then I saw the door start to rise on its own. I saw myself on the recording, standing there, staring, my face a mask of pure fear. I saw myself turn and run out of frame. The camera kept recording. It showed the empty warehouse, the open door, the darkness outside. Then a few minutes later, it showed the door grinding shut. I was about to stop the video, my theory of some bizarre electrical fault seeming more and more plausible, when I saw it. As the shutter door was coming down, in the final few seconds before it sealed, the camera caught my shadow. I was off camera already in my car, but the light from my headlights was casting my shadow onto the back wall of the warehouse. It was a long, distorted shape. And right in front of my shadow, standing between me and the wall, was another one. It was a dark, human-shaped silhouette. It didn't have any features, just a solid black outline of a person. It was tall. It was standing perfectly still, facing the wall, as if it were watching my shadow. It was right there, in the warehouse with me, in that moment when I thought I was alone and safe in my car. Then the shutter door closed completely with that final clunk, and the shadow of the figure vanished. It didn't move away. It didn't fade. It didn't. It was just there, one frame, and gone the next. I sat in that office chair, the blood draining from my face. I felt cold all over. I hadn't been alone. When I was standing there, frozen in fear, something had been in that room with me. When I ran, it had been there. And when I was sitting in my car, thinking the horror was over, it had been standing right behind me, its shadow thrown on the wall by my own headlights. I immediately took out my phone. My hands were still shaking so bad I could barely type. I found the group chat for the store employees, the one we used for shift swaps and gossip. I didn't write a long message. I just typed, "Look at this," and uploaded the clip of the footage, from the door rising on its own to the two shadows at the end. Then I got up. I left the office. I walked out of the store for the last time. I didn't clean out my locker. I didn't write a resignation letter. I called the area manager the next morning and quit over the phone. I gave no notice. I just said I wasn't coming back. I never got another job in retail. I work in a quiet office now, with big windows and no back rooms. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night and I hear the old pipes clank, or see a strange shadow out of the corner of my eye, my heart seizes up. I remember the cold, the breathing, the slow, patient tapping, and that dark, human-shaped shadow that was standing right behind me. I can still feel it there sometimes, a cold spot on the back of my neck, and I know with a certainty that makes my skin crawl that I wasn't just leaving a job, I was getting away from something that knew I was there. Story 22. Then the door chimed, that soft ding-dong that usually meant another customer, and I looked up. A group walked in, 3 girls and this guy. The girls were all around my age, maybe early 20s, dressed in casual clothes, like they'd just come from a study session or something. But it was the man who caught my attention right away. He was stocky, built solid like he worked out, but there was something off about how he moved. He kind of swayed as he stepped inside, not like he was drunk, but more like his body wasn't quite synced up with his brain. And his eyes, I'll never forget his eyes. They were dark, almost black, and misaligned in a way that made it hard to tell where he was looking. mostly pupil, just pools of darkness that didn't seem to focus on anything in particular. The second he crossed the threshold, something weird happened to me. It wasn't gradual. It hit me all at once. This rush of euphoria washed over me, like when you hear a song that gives you chills, but multiplied by 100. It was intense and forced, like someone had flipped a switch in my brain. At the same time, I felt this ASMR tingling starting at the base of my skull and spreading down my spine. You know that feeling when someone whispers close to your ear and you get those shivers? It was like that, but it wasn't pleasant in a normal way. It felt artificial, like my body was being manipulated into feeling good, and it made my skin crawl. I remember my hands trembling a little as I gripped the counter, trying to steady myself. My heart was pounding, but not from fear. It was this weird, excited beat, like I'd just won something, but I knew I hadn't. The group moved toward the counter and the man kept swaying, his movements jerky and awkward, but when he spoke, his voice was clear and calm, which was jarring compared to how he looked. He ordered a black coffee, no sugar, and his words were precise, almost rehearsed. The girls hovered around him, not saying much, just standing close, like they were guarding him or something. They had this blankness to their expressions, like they were there, but not really present. One of them kept glancing at him, and I noticed her hands were clenched tight at her sides. I tried to act normal, to go through the motions of making the coffee, but my mind was racing. Why was I feeling this way? It didn't make any sense. The euphoria was still there, buzzing under my skin, and the tingling hadn't let up. It was like I was high on something, but I hadn't taken anything. I don't even drink much. As I poured the coffee, I couldn't help but steal glances at him. His eyes kept drifting around the room, but they never quite landed on me. It was unnerving, like he was aware of everything, but didn't care to focus. The girls ordered some pastries, and I handed them over, my fingers brushing against one of theirs. Her skin felt cold, and she pulled back quickly like she'd been shocked. I forced a smile, but inside, I was freaking out. The whole time, that forced euphoria was building, making me feel lightheaded and giddy, but it was mixed with this deep unease. It was like my emotions were being hijacked, and I had no control over it. I remember thinking, this isn't right. This isn't how people are supposed to feel. They paid and moved to a table near the window, and I busied myself with cleaning again, but I couldn't take my eyes off them. The man sat down, still swaying slightly in his seat, and the girls gathered around him, not talking much. Every now and then, one of them would lean in and whisper something, and he'd nod, but his responses were short. The euphoria and tingling didn't fade. If anything, they got stronger the longer he was in the room. It was like his presence was emitting some kind of signal that my body was picking up on. I felt a warmth spreading through my chest, but it was sickly sweet, like rotting fruit. My hands were sweating, and I had to wipe them on my apron. The other customers in the cafe didn't seem to notice anything. They were still typing away, oblivious. That made it worse, like I was the only one experiencing this. At one point, the man looked directly at me, and for a split second, his eyes seemed to lock onto mine. They were so dark, I couldn't see any white, just those pupils that felt like they were sucking me in. The euphoria surged, and I had to grip the counter again to keep from stumbling. It was overwhelming, like a wave of pleasure that was too intense to handle, and it left me feeling dizzy and nauseous. He didn't smile or anything. He just held my gaze for a moment before turning back to the girls. I felt a chill run down my spine, and the ASMR tingling turned into a sharp, electric sensation that made my teeth ache. I wanted to run out of there to get away from whatever this was, but I was frozen, stuck in place by this bizarre mix of fear and forced happiness. They didn't stay long, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. When they got up to leave, the man stood first, still swaying, and the girls followed like shadows. As they walked toward the door, the euphoria started to fade, but it didn't go away cleanly. It left behind this hollow feeling, like I'd been drained of something. The tingling subsided into a dull ache at the back of my neck. The door chimed again as they stepped out, and I watched them through the window. They disappeared into the night, and the cafe fell back into silence. But the sick feeling hit me hard once they were gone. It was like a crash after a sugar high, but worse. My stomach churned, and I had to lean against the counter, breathing deeply to keep from throwing up. The euphoria was completely gone, replaced by this deep, creeping dread. I felt violated, like someone had reached into my head and messed with my emotions without my permission. I kept replaying the whole thing in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Why did I feel that way? Was it something about him? His eyes? The way he moved? But nothing added up. It wasn't logical, it was primal, instinctual. I finished my shift in a daze, locking up and walking home through the dark campus. The air felt colder than usual, and every shadow seemed to move. I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, or that forced euphoria. For days afterward, I felt off, like I'd been touched by something I couldn't understand. I never saw them again, and I never found an explanation. It's been years, but sometimes I'll get a random tingle or a flash of that feeling, and it brings it all back. I still don't know what happened that night, and I doubt I ever will.